Hello?
Hey, Zach, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. When you sign on or one signs on, so like I signed on and then I hit *6 to unmute myself. So it said you were unmuted, but do you have to do something on your end first when you call in by mobile? Because like I unmuted myself, but I don't know if you guys heard me right away.
No, I don't think I need to do anything in terms of muting or unmuting.
Okay. Do we have everyone in attendance in terms of the board members at least?
I'm just doing a couple administrative things. I just got to make sure that cable is connected here. I'm going to check attendance in just a bit.
Sure.
So, Mr. Chairman, it looks like we've got all the ZBA members here currently. Just got to check to see. It looks like we've got applicants for 2792 Elm Street here as well. So I believe we are ready to go on that case whenever you're ready.
Okay. So now obviously we're streaming a little. Are we streaming any differently tonight with the new account, or do we still have to wait for cable to let us know for cable to let us know when they're ready?
Yep. So we're all set. We're on YouTube, and so we're ready to go.
All right. All right. So that being said, good evening. Zachary Karen, Chairman of the Dighton Zoning Board of Appeals. I officially call the meeting to order. It's 7:03 Wednesday, October 14th, 2020, 7 p.m. held remotely on Zoom. Michelle, if you are there, if you would like to read off the notice at the top of the agenda, that'd be great.
Okay. Due to the COVID-19, this public hearing will be held remotely with no physical meeting location. Those seeking to provide public input should do so using the methods listed below. Video and audio of the meeting will be aired on local TV channel 9 at a later date. A live recording of the meeting will be available on the Town of Dighton YouTube channel, which can be accessed using this link, www.youtube.com/Town of Dighton. Those seeking to participate in this virtual Zoom public hearing may join the meeting at this link, www.bit.ly/Dighton ZBA-10-14-2020. Attendees will be muted during the meeting and will be unmuted during public input for each case. Public input can be submitted in advance or during the hearing via phone at 508-669-6431 extension 119 or email at the letter JGRAY@Dighton-ma.gov.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. So in lieu of doing a Pledge of Allegiance, we will take a moment of silence just to reflect on the times we're in right now and extend any thoughts to any of those who are struggling right now from the pandemic. Okay, excellent. Thanks, guys. Again, I'm Zachary Karen, the chairman of the board. Greg, are you there, the vice chairman?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
All right, good to see you. Well, hear you. How are you?
Not too bad, I know, but
Good. And that was Michelle Lima talking previously. She is the clerk of the board, and we have 4 members. We have Peter Karen, if you're there. And if they're muted, then
I'm
we
here.
have okay, thanks. And we have Jonathan Gale, if you're there.
Jonathan's here. Yes, thank you.
Excellent. And Ryan?
Yep, I'm here.
Excellent, great. All right, so Jonathan, because you can see everybody that's attending tonight, can you just remind everyone of who is there tonight for members of the town or anyone else? I know Peter Williams. Is Peter Williams here yet or not yet?
Yes, Peter Williams is here. Attorney Mitchell will be joining us shortly for our matter regarding Dighton Woods, which will be a little bit later on our agenda. Our first item tonight is regarding 2792 Elm Street, a public hearing on a variance application to subdivide one existing house lot with insufficient frontage into 2 lots, one for an existing house with insufficient frontage and a second buildable lot, also with insufficient frontage. This is a continued case.
Excellent. Okay. So that being said, if the applicant would like to, or the representative of the applicant would like to speak, and just if they want to catch us up on anything that they have, whether it's new information or anything that they want to remind the board and members of the public, they can do so at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Attorney Thomas Killoran. I have offices at 350 North Main Street in Fall River, Massachusetts. I represent the applicants, also who are both on this Zoom call tonight, and also Roy Delano, who is their surveyor or engineer, who's been working with the applicants throughout this process and has appeared before this board on their behalf at the prior hearings. I certainly don't want to belabor or be too repetitive tonight. I know that there have been 2 prior hearings before the board on this matter. I think this is the 3rd hearing. Obviously, the 2 prior ones I was not involved with. So again, if I do get a little bit repetitive, I apologize, but I will certainly try not to. So again, as Mr. Gray stated, this is a request to divide an existing parcel of land that has an address of 2792 Elm Street in Dighton. It's a very large, long tract of land. It's got existing frontage of approximately 200.75 feet. The house is situated sort of in the middle front portion of the lot, maybe a little bit on the northerly side. Ultimately, what the applicants are seeking is to be allowed to divide this lot and create 2 lots, one of which would house the existing or have the existing house located on it. That lot would have 160.07 feet of frontage and would be situated on a 50,702 square foot parcel of land. From a lot size requirement, that lot 2, as shown on the plan, would meet the town standards, but the frontage would be deficient. And again, we'd be looking for a frontage variance for that lot. The second lot in question would be roughly 32.466 acres and would have approximately 40.68 feet of frontage along Elm Street. And I would describe that lot as a number of different ways to refer to it. Some people call it a flag lot, pork chop lot. As you can see on the proposed plan, where the new house would be located would be situated a considerable distance off of the existing roadway. One of the things that I think makes this parcel of land unique and lends to the issue of a hardship, in addition to its in addition to its size, again, only having roughly 200 feet of frontage, but being about 37 or 38 acres, there's also significant ledge that's located on the property, and that's situated just behind the area of what I'll call where the house is situated on lot 2, and runs across to the property where that abuts it to the south, which is the property that's shown on the plan as now formerly of Brett and Andrea Perry. This ledge would make or would result in a significant expense to the applicant if they tried to develop this land in a more conventional subdivision fashion, which, given the fact that there is roughly, again, a 38-acre parcel of land, is something that they could certainly explore doing. As I understand it, there have been some abutters who may have voiced their opinions at prior hearings, and they certainly prefer the proposal that's before this board now, which would create one large lot with a house situated a significant distance off of Elm Street, which we think would lend or fit in nicely with the existing neighborhood along Elm Street. I think if you drive up and along that area, you'll see that what is being proposed is consistent with exactly what exists out in that area of Elm Street. But again, if they try to develop this in a more conventional fashion as a true subdivision, I think that this ledge, which speaks to the issue of soil conditions, which is one of the requirements in the statute, would be an astronomical expense to the applicants if they would try to develop it in that fashion. So I think their hardship, again, lends not only to the shape of the parcel of land, which has a very limited frontage presence along Elm Street, but it's a significant size parcel in terms of its acreage. There's also existent soil conditions that make any other proposed development impractical. True, they're going to have to get a driveway back there to service this house that's going to be situated on lot 1. But the installation of a driveway isn't something that's going to require them to do any kind of significant excavation or removal or demolition of the ledge that exists on the property. Obviously, the driveway doesn't have to be developed or built in accordance with town standards for a roadway. The driveway that will be constructed does have a turnaround for emergency vehicles, a 16 feet by 50 feet turnaround, so that if an emergency vehicle does have to go down the driveway, get to the house, they will have an ample room so that it would be able to turn around. It would not have to back down that long driveway. We've done some research, and I'd like to thank Mr. Gray. I know there was a request made by Mr. Delano of Mr. Gray to get some similar decisions that the board has rendered over the years for similar types of requests. And I think that there was maybe a request for maybe upwards of almost 10 prior decisions that have been rendered by this board for similar type of relief. And again, I'd like to thank Mr. Gray for working and getting all those decisions. I know it wasn't necessarily easy in all instances, as a number of the decisions go back into the 90s. There's a couple that I would like to point out and bring to the board's attention that I think, again, are very similar, and I won't spend a lot of time on these, but there was a decision from 2010 for property at 1235 Main Street that was formerly owned or now owned by the Mullen family, where they created two separate lots, one lot having 30 feet of frontage, another lot having 145.7 feet of frontage. And I think even in that instance, one of the lots that they were creating was substandard in nature, meaning that it didn't have the requisite square footage, which is not what you find in our particular case. And a variance was granted in that instance. There was also a case number 9 of 1994. That was for 2968, I believe, Elm Street. There was a new house constructed, which now has an address of 2978 Elm Street. And that was built on a lot that has 41.2 feet of frontage, which is virtually identical to the frontage that we have in our proposal. And in that particular case, the board noted that the hardship was due to the long, narrow shape of the lot and also referenced ledge in that particular decision, which I think is virtually identical to the hardship that this lot is experiencing and why we're asking for this particular relief. I just also like to point out that the preamble or the purpose of your bylaw states that, you know, the reason why it's there is to encourage the most appropriate use of land and to preserve the cultural, historical, and agricultural heritage of the town of Dayton. And again, this brings me back to my earlier point. I think that the relief that they're looking for here, when you're dealing with a parcel of land that's 38 acres in size, and really all that's going to be placed on it are 2 house lots, I think it does exactly what the purpose of the bylaw is there for. I think it does preserve the cultural, historical, and agricultural heritage of the properties, of this property, which is, again, what the purpose of the bylaw is for. And what would be constructed there if this board saw fit to grant the relief requested is really identical to the surrounding neighborhood. Again, if you drive up and down that area of Elm Street, you can see some houses that are situated fairly close to the road or visible from the road. But then you can also see some very long driveways, which you can't even see the houses. And that'll be the case in this particular instance. This residence that'll be constructed, you're not even going to know it's there. Effectively, all you're going to see is a pathway or driveway that's leading off of Elm Street. So with that, I'll yield to the board or anybody else who might have some questions, and either myself or Mr. Delano, I'm sure, will be happy to answer anything from the board.
Great. Thank you. I do want to extend the thank you again to John for pulling those up for the attorney. And just for the sake of the members of the public who, you know, it may seem as though, you know, we are giving them, quote unquote, you know, what they're looking for in terms of reasons for them. But, you know, with all these cases being public, to go back, you know, and the town being the record holder of these, you know, this is all public knowledge for anyone to obtain. So, you know, it's great that we were able to do that, because, to be honest with you, that's what I was looking for. Not to say the applicant did a poor job in the first place. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I needed a little more exactly what this is precedent for doing this. So that I'm very grateful that we had all that. One question that I had that and members of the board or John, if you can remind me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't quite aside from the ledge that we've discussed, I don't remember soil being brought up. And the reason why, and it was brought up this time, the reason why I'm saying that is because with, you know, soil is a hardship. I mean, it has to do with the topography of the land. And, you know, for me before it was, well, you know, is there a hardship or was it self-created, whether intentionally, unintentionally, despite whether it was the current resident or not? I was having a hard time saying, well, what is the hardship here? So just out of curiosity, was soil something that was brought up before, guys? I don't remember it being the case.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Were there any kind of findings done by the applicant since then? Just out of curiosity, were there things that were found or researched after the fact, or just not anything that was brought up the first time?
I'll defer in a moment to Mr. Delano a little bit, because again, I wasn't at these prior hearings. I know that I've had extensive conversations with him as well as the property owners regarding the property and specifically with regard to the soil conditions. One of the things that I first noticed when I went on to, I usually, whenever I get a potential variance case, I usually go onto Google Earth and try to take a look around and see what the surrounding neighborhood looks like and see if I can see anything unusual with regard to the property. One of the things that showed up immediately on Google Earth, and I believe it's referenced on the plan, but Roy, jump in. There's a ledge that has a specific name, and again, now forgive me, the name of the ledge is escaping me. I want to say it begins with a P. So that drew, that got my attention immediately. When I spoke with Roy about that, he was able to identify on the plans where this significant ledge runs, and it kind of runs across from the back of Lot 2, or what is proposed as Lot 2, across to close to the Perry property, and it covers a fairly large area. I don't know if Roy would you be able to help me out a little bit on that?
Well, the ledge is referred to as Beals Ledge. I think it's several pieces of that ledge run parallel to Elm Street, and this is a portion of it, probably one of the largest portions of Beals Ledge. Takes up that whole area from the Perry property to the proposed driveway, which is along, the proposed driveway is along an existing woods road. So there would be, as you mentioned, Attorney Killoran, there wouldn't be a whole lot of excavation and construction work to be able to put a driveway along the existing woods road. We did find one area that would perk, and that's shown on the plan. But with that ledge, it was hard to really pinpoint a place where we could have perk tests and have a gravity system from the proposed house to that area.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll just note, I was trying to share my screen to show the plot plan, but for some reason Zoom keeps choosing the wrong window. So I apologize to everyone who's watching who would like to see the plot plan in front of them. I can try again, perhaps a minute or so. Just administratively, just so everyone's on the same page here, the voting members on this case are Zach Karen, Zach Karen, Greg Logan, and Jonathan Gale. So those are the voting members. I'm trying to think. We also had received from Attorney Mitchell potential draft deed restrictions that the board could impose on this parcel. I know that the abutters had expressed interest previously in having a deed restriction on the created lot. So we do have that available. Yep. And also we had previously wanted to have some input from the building inspector, and the building inspector had gotten back to us indicating that insight on this, and he just simply asked what the hardship was. So that's sort of a little bit of an overview from those who may have missed previous meetings.
Thank you. So in terms of immediate questions based on what was just brought before us, that's all I had. So if there's anyone else on the board that has anything they would like to ask or state, feel free, guys.
Yeah, Greg Logan. I do have a couple questions in regards to some of the paperwork that was handed into us in regards to some case laws. The one on Main Street that you're talking about at 1235 Main Street, that was a Form A lot, and we created a non-conforming lot by taking some frontage. On this particular case, this lot that we're dealing with now is not a Form A lot. It's short by 50 feet. I believe it's 50 feet or something like that. And on the case of 2968, two lots, the question I had on 2968, and I could be out of place here, and I was hoping maybe either Marguerite or Peter Karen can help me out with this one. This was before I was involved with the zoning board. I was under the impression that the zoning board could not give any more lots than 2 lots to a piece of parcel, then it would have to be a preliminary subdivision. Am I correct on that? Because case 2968 is coming up with 5 lots. So I'm kind of confused with where that came into play on Elm Street.
So yeah, if my dad, Peter, if you want to answer that, because I again, that's before me too. So
I'm sorry, Greg. What's your question?
Okay, so the case law in 1994, it says took an existing home with 190 feet of frontage and turned it into 2 lots. One with an existing home containing 148 feet of frontage and 44,000 square feet. And the newer created lot, which has 40 feet of frontage and had 20 acres of land, a total of 5 lots. I don't believe that the ZBA had the authority to bid on, to hear on this case. We're not allowed to do anything over 2 lots. It would have
Right.
to be preliminary subdivision.
The subdivision, correct.
So that would have had to go in front of the planning board, then come back to
Yeah.
the ZBA for the end, correct?
Correct.
All right,
Mm,
so that
Greg,
one there,
Greg, the only thing I can think of is perhaps it wasn't a subdivision because there was all lots with frontage, so some of those lots out of those five.
those
think-
lots weren't frontage. Those lots were all along a driveway we created.
Okay.
I looked in, as they were saying in Google Earth, I do the same thing. I was checking it out. I actually grew up on Elm Street, way down the other end, so I'm familiar with this area. And I just wanted to bring that up about the two things that we're dealing with, because I wanted some discussion on that 2968 Elm Street law. Nothing to do with this particular case that we're hearing, but kind of confused how that would have to go in front of the zoning board unless it went for a preliminary subdivision to planning, then turned back over to the ZBA. That could be the case, but doesn't have any more information on that one.
I can tell you on that one, Greg, the Form A plan that was drawn up broke it into two lots, and it referred to a variance on that. So, there definitely was a variance granted for the two lots, because the Form A plan just showed the two lots, the lot with 148.8 and the other lot with 41.2 with the 20 acres. And the Form A plan made a reference, as it has to the variance. So
Okay.
I don't know about if it went in for a preliminary subdivision prior to that. I have no knowledge of that.
Again, I'm just reading some things here, and I was looking at, we're only allowed to work with 2 house lots unless it goes in front of planning for a preliminary subdivision. Marguerite, can you help me out with that? Is there something I'm missing on that one that you might see?
I don't know that I'd agree that you're limited to 2 lots, but a subdivision would happen if you're taking current land and somehow not using that lot to front on what's already a pre-existing public way. So you're creating a way, and then you're creating lots off of that way, and that's a new way. That's when you'd have a subdivision. So perhaps you could have a lot that's large enough that you could break it into 3 lots using frontage or more, using frontage along an existing way. And then you may be dealing with either a special permit or a variance depending on the use of those lots. But if you're going to be putting lots on a way that's not in existence already, then you'd need to go to the planning board to get that way established. And then they'd be looking at the lots that would be created on that. And then perhaps, like you said, they may need to come back to you for a variance with regards to one of those particular lots once the way was created. So.
All right, thank you.
I just don't know the case you're talking about to tell you what happened in that particular one, but I don't want you to think it's only limited to 2 lots.
Right.
But it typically.
I think we sent it back to the planning board.
That makes sense to me, because we created the right of way with the frontage. It wasn't frontage along the road, and I didn't think we were able to do stuff like that.
Marguerite, this is Jonathan. Could you refresh us again, please, on what you had sent to us with regard to anything that we could have added in? I'm concerned a little bit about whether or not we should even be. I know we spent a lot of time on this. Unfortunately, the applicant has spent a lot of time with us as well, and I feel bad about that. But I'm concerned as to whether or not we should actually even be voting on this at this point, or it should go back to the planning board first.
May I respond to that?
It was directed to the our attorney first.
I'm
If
actually
if she
asking-
can-
I apologize.
attorney first.
I didn't realize it was directed to.
That's okay.
So Jonathan, I don't have, I can try to pull up my email as I'm talking to you, but
I can pull it up as well.
thank you. So I was asked whether or not there could be legal, originally the question that was posed to me was whether or not there could be legal conditions created to establish a deed restriction if the board were to grant a variance. And I addressed that in this case as to what those conditions would look like. However, I did begin my review by advising the board that that wasn't necessarily I don't know if the grounds exist for there to be a variance in the situation. You have a retreat lot bylaw that exists, and I was not able to listen to the entire presentation tonight. I was having some Zoom issues trying to log in, and I had a prior commitment. So I don't know everything that was presented tonight, but there is a retreat lot bylaw that was created. I believe it was created after all of the decisions that you may have been given copies of, referencing different types of relief granted along Elm Street in the past. And that bylaw exists to allow for there to be lots created that would be similar to what I believe is being requested here. There's also in your bylaw, there's a definition of lot that has limitations to what a lot would look like. And I think that that type of a variance might be needed in this case as well, if you were going to be considering approving the creation of the lot that's in question. So I don't believe that all the variances needed have been asked for. That doesn't mean you can't rule on one and do it one at a time. I think you have no choice but to issue a ruling on the variances that have been put before you, because otherwise you run the risk that there's a constructive grant of the requested relief. But I think it comes down to the board finding whether or not they believe the conditions for a variance have been met. And then even if they grant this variance, it may not still create the ability to build the lot in question. There may be further zoning relief that's needed.
Thank you.
If the applicant would like to respond, they can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I guess I just want to clarify that respectfully. I don't think that we need to be before the planning board for the relief that we're requesting. Attorney Mitchell did reference the retreat lot section of the bylaw, which I believe is fairly new to the Dayton bylaw. This lot is being proposed, or this division of land is being proposed in the vein of that retreat lot bylaw, but it didn't tick all of those boxes. So we're not before the planning board looking for a special permit for a retreat lot. That's why we're respectfully, I think, properly before the Zoning Board of Appeals, asking for this relief. The relief being is that we're trying to divide this land to create two lots, both of which will need a frontage variance. I did just hear Attorney Mitchell's point regarding the definition of a lot, and she's not speaking as to whether or not we comply with that particular provision. That's not something that has been previously brought to my attention by my clients. But if that is the case, then Attorney Mitchell would be right. We would need to reapply and seek a variance for that. But what we're here for tonight, what's been petitioned for, is relief for a frontage relief for these two lots in question. As I understand it, again, I'm a little bit of a disadvantage because I wasn't at these prior hearings. I think one of the concerns of the board, one of the things the board wanted to hear was, what is the hardship? Respectfully, with regard to the shape of this lot, and with regard to the soil conditions on this lot, I think it's been demonstrated that there is in fact a hardship. And again, based on that, we would ask that the board grant the relief that we are requesting. And in terms of some of these restrictions that Attorney Mitchell has suggested, in terms of there being a deed restriction, the board including in its decision that there can be no further subdivision of this land, the applicant doesn't have any issues with regard to those types of restrictions.
And I can just also clarify as well that the applicant did apply for a retreat lot through the planning board, and the planning board could not accept that application because in the eyes of the building commissioner, retreat lots can only be on lots without an existing home. So by the letter of the law, this property can't. So that is why they're here before us tonight.
No, I appreciate Mr. Gray bringing that up. It escaped me as to exactly why they didn't qualify for that retreat lot under the eyes of the building zoning enforcement officer, and that does refresh my recollection.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
I have a question on the retreat lot bylaw. On paragraph 1, it says no more than one single-family dwelling shall be located on lot 1. I'm kind of confused why he's saying you have to take that house would have to disappear. Principal from frontage of lot 1, the principal structure on the lot within the boundary lines. I'm just questioning that. I mean, I've got the printed stuff that Jonathan had sent to us in regards to the retreat lot. And if you can put it up, Jonathan, I don't know if you have it in front of you or not, but this came from Marguerite Mitchell as well. Paragraph 1, no more than one single family dwelling shall be located on lot 1.
And that is what we're proposing. One single family dwelling on lot 1.
That's where I'm a little confused. Maybe I'm missing something that the building inspector has something that I don't know about.
I think what you're referring to, Mr. Logan, and maybe I'm wrong or misunderstanding, but those are proposed conditions from Attorney Mitchell if the board was inclined to grant the relief that we're requesting. So that lot 1 or parcel 1 is shown on the plan, which is the larger parcel, the 32-acre parcel. What she suggested as a condition was that no more than one dwelling can be placed on that 32-acre parcel, or to put it another way, it can't be further subdivided.
Right.
Okay,
And
I get it. So this isn't our bylaw. This is what the conditions from Marguerite were from.
yes,
Right.
I'm just reading this real quick. I'm trying to follow up with the.
I know, but you had me confused too. I was like, wait, that's all they wanted. I'm not sure why it matters. But
Yeah.
right. Okay.
Now I have it here. I'm just,
Okay.
This is Ryan. I just pulled up the bylaws. Section 5094 says that not more than one single family dwelling shall exist on a single retreat lot. So I think that's more clear.
Actually, Ryan, it's funny that you brought that up. So, from your experience, do you practice a lot of law in this specifically?
I've never dealt with a retreat lot before. I'm just looking up this section on the in the bylaws.
No, I know. I just was curious what you felt, being an attorney that's quite an advantage to have you on the board. So I just didn't know if you had from a legal standing, as to whether they have the grounds for a variance. I was just curious if you had any say or experience in that at all.
Well, I did have a question about the soils issue, because especially regarding the 2010 case, we had gotten some documents about that. And that seemed to suggest that there was some case law stating that a hardship relating to soil conditions won't basically resolve a deficiency in the frontage of a lot, which is the hardship that we're dealing with here. It's frontage. So I was wondering if Attorney Mitchell could speak to that more.
I'm sorry, Ryan, I'm a little confused. Which case are you talking about?
Hang on a sec. It was emailed to us a while ago. It's not a zoning board case. It was a case cited in regards to the 2010.
1235 Main Street, I believe, is the case that was in referencing another case within Massachusetts where,
okay.
Yeah, so it was referencing another case in Massachusetts where, there was, I think, citing the soil conditions, but in actuality, it wasn't the soil conditions that were really the limiting factor. It was the frontage.
Right.
That was what the case was referencing.
Right. Which is why I brought it up, though, because the applicant is bringing up soil conditions as a hardship, but the real issue here seems to be frontage.
Well, may I speak to that, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Mr. Erickson, I think, and I understand your point. The issue that we're presented with is we don't have enough frontage for 2 lots. But what I was raising earlier with regard to the soil conditions is that if this parcel of land was to be developed as a conventional subdivision, there would be an astronomical expense to the applicants in order to do that because of the existing ledge rock that's there and what would be required to be removed in order to install a roadway as well as the residences. And one of the things that the board can take into consideration when they're looking at the hardship that's created by something is economic in nature. So what we're proposing, rather than having to do that and do a conventional subdivision and put a road in, what we're proposing to do is to just put 1 house lot back there with a driveway. And in order for us to do that, we would need a frontage variance.
Are there any other questions or comments by either and the voting members, other members, or Attorney Mitchell?
Zach, Greg Logan.
Yep.
Like I say, I'm a little confused. I'm reading on our bylaw for the retreat lot. I don't understand why they didn't meet the criteria. I might be reading something wrong, but it says you cannot have no more than 1 house lot on 1 retreat lot.
I can speak to that, Greg, if you'd like.
Yeah.
Originally, we had proposed to go in front of the planning board 2 retreat lots.
Oh,
Lot
2
1,
lots,
lot
2.
one was similar to what it is now. It was, the only difference was that it was 8 acres less. It was 24 acres. Lot 2 had a strip of land and it expanded out in the back, all the way to the back of the property. We had the 8 acres. We had the 1 acre of upland. We had all the other criteria met. And we were getting ready to present that. And the building commissioner said that his interpretation of the retreat lot was that it had to be for new construction. We were thinking at the time that we were making lot 2 with the existing house on it conform to all the requirements area-wise, size-wise, frontage-wise of a retreat lot. So we were going to try to get 2 retreat lots here. That got shot down because the interpretation was with the existing house there, we couldn't create a retreat lot for the existing house. Ironically, if the house were never there or got torn down, yeah, there would be 2 retreat lots. No question. We'd go in front of the planning board and, they could grant a special permit at that point. But the building inspector felt that because one of the retreat lots was going to be for the existing house 2792, that we couldn't go that route. So then we came in front of you, the first meeting we came in front of you, we basically came in with the same plan. And one of the members, Mr. Logan, I think, did not like the narrow strip for the 8 acre lot. And he suggested that we cut that back and kind of square it off. So as you see on lot 2, we have we did square that off and we no longer have the strip back there. We did make the area conform to the minimum lot area in the town of Dayton. But we, obviously still need the frontage variances. So that's a little history on it. We tried to go for a special permit for 2 retreat lots. It wouldn't fly. So we kept the design for a retreat lot. So lot 1 is an acceptable lot with a special permit and all the size and all the area setbacks. It meets the lot area requirement because it has 100 by 100 foot square. So I really don't believe we need to have a variance for lot area. The bylaw says if you have the 100 by 100 square, then you don't need the variance for lot area. But again, we shaped the lot 1 to meet fire department regulations for the driveway. We tried to make it be exactly what a the planning board would approve with a special permit. And Ms. Mitchell, in her email a few weeks ago, kind of outlined those same conditions that if you felt the variance could be granted, and that would be the zoning board's decision, then you could add these conditions, which pretty much are all the conditions that a retreat lot requires. And I believe we met all those requirements in our design of Lot 1.
And Greg, I think your concern back in our end of July meeting, the first meeting we had on this, was the property at the very far west end of this is Hunter's Hill area, I think, or one of those developments over off of Anderson Street. And so you were concerned about the long tail of one of the lots, the lot specifically with the existing house on it.
Yeah, I remember I asked them to go back and revisit that so there wouldn't be some type of right of way or an easement they could use along that strip. I do remember that. So this is, again, I apologize, but the retreat lot's new to me as well as most of us members. And so if you take this is where I see you're taking a non-conforming lot and asking us to make 2 non-conforming lots. This is something we don't do. And then now you're saying when you went to the retreat, because I believe this is what the retreat law was written for. So you went for 2 retreat lots. Shouldn't you only had to go for 1, or am I mistaken on that, Marguerite?
Mr. Chairman, so I did speak to the building inspector as well because I wanted to understand this better myself.
Oh, okay. Okay, great.
The concern here for the building inspector was not necessarily that there was a pre-existing house on the property. It was the fact that that house, the lot that was going to be created, was going to become non-conforming. So if the developer had a conforming lot and then additional land that was sufficient to make a retreat lot, they could have done that and they would have still kept the house that's there and then had an additional 40 feet of frontage and created a retreat lot. And that is the concept behind this retreat lot bylaw, is where somebody has sufficient frontage to have a conforming lot and then another 40 feet and they have a large plot of land behind them and they want to create land with that 40 feet of frontage. They don't have enough land to create 2 lots, but they do have enough land. They do have a little bit extra frontage. That's not what was happening here. What was happening here is that there was already insufficient frontage and they were looking to take that insufficient frontage, break it up even further, and establish from the outset 2 retreat lots without having, from an original existing lot that was non-conforming. So when I said to the building inspector, you know, if the developer had the necessary frontage here, would they have been required to tear the house down? He said no. They would have been fine with the house as it was. They just would have needed 40 more feet to get to create a new lot that was a retreat lot. I said, okay. And then I asked him, could the developer create 2 retreat lots here? He said he could if all he had was 80 feet of frontage and nothing pre-existing on it. But since we already have a lot that's pre-existing non-conforming, has a house on it, we can't then further subdivide that to make it more non-conforming under the bylaws that exist for retreat lots and establish a retreat lot out of it. That would be more of a variance situation like you're dealing with here. And, you know, while I do understand that the proposal is to essentially make this mirror the concept of a retreat lot, it doesn't exactly mirror the concept of a retreat lot because you're essentially approving a non-conforming lot to become more non-conforming and to create another non-conforming lot out of it. So I just want the board not to think about this as a retreat lot. It is not a retreat lot situation. It doesn't meet the requirements for a retreat lot. And that was set by the town when the retreat lot was put in place. It was set by the town to address certain situations, but not all situations. And, you know, these were the situations I think that the town decided they were comfortable providing for these retreat lots to exist under. So there would have been sufficient distance, I guess, between houses so that then you could put a house in the back and you still were maintaining frontage. That's how the retreat lot bylaw was set in place. This is strictly a variance case. And just to correct Mr. Delano, maybe I'm mishearing him. The additional variance, in my opinion, that might be needed if this were to be approved to build these lots would be the definition of lot, not lot area, but the definition of lot in the bylaw. So,
Well, in your email, you do specify the lot area. Thus, I believe that a variance from the definition of lot
Areas
area
work.
will be required.
Yeah. The wording of lot area, it's not about the 100-foot by 100-foot. It's about the rat tail and funnel shaped lot.
I respectively disagree because we have the 100 by 100 foot squares. And, ultimately that would be the building inspector to rule on that.
So Mr. Chairman, if I may, and
Yep.
I agree, I think, with the overall premise of Attorney Mitchell's final comments there. And I know that it looks similar to a retreat lot, but I certainly am not asking this board to get too bogged down as to whether this is a retreat lot. The building inspector, who's the zoning enforcement officer, as you know, made a determination that it was not, and therefore we came with this different approach for a variance. So again, I understand this is not a retreat lot that we are looking for. I believe Mr. Delano and his design tried to make it look similar to those retreat lot requirements. But again, we're asking for a frontage variance for each of the two lots. Respectfully, I think that the applicant has demonstrated that there is a hardship due to shape of this lot, due to the soil conditions. I think that a variance for this board to grant a variance would be appropriate in this instance.
Okay,
This is-
excellent.
this
Thank
is-
you. Oh, go ahead.
This is Mr. Gale, and my question, and
Okay.
I'm going to just to let the council know for the applicant why I'm asking this. I'm visually impaired, so it's not easy for me to go and look this stuff up as quickly as it is for the rest of you folks. So having put that caveat in there, isn't there something, unless I'm incorrect, isn't there something that makes reference to the pork chop style lot? And Marguerite, maybe you can help me out here, or Jonathan. But I thought that there was something that discusses that.
Yes, that's the definition of lot area, but that's not in front of you at this time. That would be something that might, the building inspector, Mr. Delano's correct. This is the building inspector as a zoning enforcement officer's interpretation of what would be needed to issue a building permit. My history with this board is that when you've had lots shaped like this in the past, you have in order for this to get built on, there has been a need for a variance under the definition of lot area as well. So I'm expecting that will be needed down the road, but that's not currently before you at this time. You only have the frontage variances before you. Just by granting those frontage variances, that does not in and of itself make these lots buildable if they need further relief. That will be up to the building inspector to determine when a building permit is applied for.
Thank you.
And that's kind of is a good segue into my point. So voting members, obviously, when Attorney Mitchell goes to write the decision, should we vote to grant this, we have to make sure that we are, providing, legal reasons why we feel like this is warranted. So that's what I want to ask the voting members and I guess non-voting members too, if you have input. Do we have enough here that we can vote on this for what is strictly before us, not what could be or what could have been, but what is before us?
Chairman, this is Greg Logan. I think we should take this
Yep.
under advisement and revisit this a little more. I'm just not comfortable making two non-conforming lots. I understand they got the lot area, things like that. If they're asking for the frontage this board in the past the hardship that they're creating is for the new lot. If I'm not mistaken, it's not for the lot that's existing. What's there now does work.
Right. So just out of curiosity, under advisement, I don't mean this to sound the way sometimes, but what more do you personally need to know? I'm asking again, like strictly out of curiosity. Is there other information you feel like you don't have, or
I'd like to discuss
Because
this matter a little more amongst the board members after the next hearing, and we could still talk, still be open to, for the public to hear, but I want to be able to discuss this a little more. I'm not ready to vote on making this 2 non-conforming lots with the frontage. If that's what they're asking us for, a variance for
I
frontage,
see it.
that's
Okay.
what I'm saying. And I don't want to vote against it because I like the plan. I like what everything is brought up. I don't want you to think I'm being hard on this, but your hardship is being created in the back. What's existing works. Doesn't work for the developer. It doesn't work for them to build a house in the back, but what's existing works to this date.
Okay.
This is Mr. Gale, and I somewhat would have to agree with Greg. My other concern is this is the first time, and this is I believe our third conversation regarding this applicant, and this is the first time I remember hearing anything discussed about soil or ledge. So
the ledge was discussed before. I don't think the soil was, but
the soil. I don't think that the soil was, and I don't know where that came from. I'm not questioning it necessarily, but has there been a soil study done? Are there any studies that have been done to validate what is being suggested? And I'm not saying that that's not the case, but I think we should see some documentation. I think we need to have that as well.
I know it would be very hard for you, Mr. Gale, to visit the property.
Yes, it would.
But in 3 months now, I would hope that the members did walk the property and observe the conditions out there. I would hope somebody would have done that in 3 months. I'd also like to address a variance done 10 years ago at 1235 Main Street. That took a conforming lot that had more than 175 feet of frontage, and it made 2 non-conforming lots. It made a 30-foot frontage and 145 for the existing house. And the decision, and I'll read it to you, the property at issue has a unique shape compared with other lots in the area. The property has a large backland area that is narrowly connected with the front of the parcel. The applicant has a substantial hardship in that without variance, the backland area of the property will be rendered unusable as a buildable residential lot. The board further finds that the granting of the variances will not derogate from the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaws and will not be detrimental to the public good. I would remind you that at least 4 neighbors, 4 abutters, really favor this this layout, because we could tear that house down and we could get 2 more retreat lots. The neighbors don't want 3 houses out there. They want to see the existing house. They want to see a driveway that they can't see the proposed new house because it's behind a 100-foot high ledge. It's really what's good for the public, especially your direct abutters. So again, if we read that decision from the 2010 Main Street, it mirrors this.
Roy, I'd like to talk to you about that 2010 Main Street. That 2010 Main Street had sufficient frontage. Okay, 175 feet with water is a legal Form A house lot.
I agree.
What you're doing over here is taking a house lot with insufficient frontage, does not a Form A lot, and asking us to create 2 non-conforming conditions.
Well, you
So
created
it's a little
2
different.
non-conforming lots on Main Street.
We did with,
2 non-conforming
but it was a Form A lot to start with.
I don't really see the difference. You know, you created a frontage of 30 feet. We've got 41 and 145 feet for the existing house, and we've got 160. I think we better that. I think, yes, we have a non-conforming lot for lot 1, but it's not frowned upon because the retreat lot is 40 feet. So it's non-conforming, but it's not frowned upon. It's shaped just like a retreat lot.
Roy,
So
you
yes,
just
you
said
are.
we're not talking about retreat lot, but a retreat lot is a different situation all in itself. We just
I agree.
discussed that. So
I
what I'm
agree, but
trying
I
to say,
think you're getting hung up with.
I'm
I
not
think
trying to buck you on it, but I want you to understand that this board in the past does not tried to take two non-conforming lots, well, a non-conforming condition, especially in frontage, and create two non-conforming conditions without some significant hardship along the frontage, showing us the reason why you would have to. Your hardship, right, is towards the back. If I'm not mistaken, it's over by Perry's house, which is towards the back of the property.
But I think
I can read the
Mr.
Main
Logan,
Street decision again. I can read that Main Street decision again for you. And you created two non-conforming lots on Main Street. No difference. We've got more frontage.
and I think the important thing on that, and I don't want to get too hung up on the Main Street decision, but I think the important part of that decision is that the board recognized that the rear parcel of that land, again, we're dealing with a large tract of land, but nowhere near as large as what we're dealing with here tonight. The rear parcel of that land couldn't really otherwise be utilized. And I think in your earlier comments, Mr. Logan, you said, well, what exists there today works. Well, what exists on Main Street worked as well. And I understand that was a conforming lot, but you granted the same relief. When I say you, I mean the ZBA.
I know what you mean, yes.
Granted the same relief. It was two frontage variances, which is exactly what we're looking for here today. And again, what we're talking about is the rear of the parcel cannot be fully utilized, and that's no difference than what the findings were back in 2010. Essentially, the relief that we'd be looking for is identical. Again, I understand that one was a conforming lot going to two non-conforming. We have a non-conforming lot going to here two non-conforming. But I think the overall, what the board was driving at there was that the hardship exists, and it deprived the owner of the land from fully utilizing their land. Again, we're dealing with a 38 acre tract of land, and we've got one house situated up in effectively the front corner of it. And again, I think that it again speaks to the ledge, the soil conditions. Could this otherwise be developed? Sure, but at an astronomical cost. And when you start to look at that astronomical cost, that's exactly the type of thing that the Chapter 48, Section 10, the variance bylaw contemplates. You have hardship due to soil conditions, shape or topography, and in one of your hardships, even if it is economic in nature, this board can grant relief. And again, I think it's appropriate in this particular instance.
This is Mr. Gale. Can I just ask, the house that's currently there now, am I correct in that the house is vacant?
No, it's not vacant. Someone's living there.
That's Mrs. Canavan, one of the owners of the property.
Someone is living in the house.
Okay, that's a family member, I assume?
No, it's it's Ken Bell. Hello?
I'm here.
Yep.
We're here.
We're here, Ms. Canavan.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, it's been answered. They heard you.
Yep. Greg Logan, just to mention, I guess, the Main Street case, 175 feet was enough frontage there because Main Street has water. 250 feet is required on Elm Street because Elm Street does not have water, just to clarify that.
Also, I just quickly tried to look back through the zoning bylaws. It looked like the retreat lot bylaw was created somewhere around 2017, based on my versions of the bylaws that I have.
Okay, so Greg, you were talking about taking it under advisement. So if that's the direction that we do choose to take, would it be your preference, recommendation, what have you, to close the public input and then deliberate, or do you feel like that you want to keep that open? Because just for those listening who aren't aware, we need a unanimous decision. So, if Greg is not prepared to vote tonight, we either decide no, we need a vote, and it with the potential of it being turned down or approved, or Greg takes whatever time it needs to either deliberate or discuss. But now, Attorney Mitchell, at the start of this case, you mentioned that by having 3 hearings of that, is there a danger to putting it to 4? Just so I can understand what you were talking about before.
Sorry, Zach, is there a danger with what? Say that again.
You mentioned something about a constructive grant. I think I believe you said.
Right.
So that yep.
So under the zoning statute, if a decision isn't issued within a certain amount of time, then you run the risk that there's deemed a constructive grant. So if you were going to move beyond tonight's meeting, I would do so only if the developer was agreeable to giving a continuance. If the developer is not agreeable to giving a continuance, then before you close the meeting tonight, you will need, I would suggest that you take a vote.
Attorney Mitchell, that doesn't apply right now because of the COVID relief law.
You're right. It is under COVID. I keep forgetting that we're still in the COVID world.
Okay.
So there's no constructive grant of variance currently right now because of Chapter 53 Acts of 2020.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you keep reminding me of that.
Yeah, no problem.
This is Mr. Galen. I was thinking, as Attorney Mitchell pointed out, that there was a change in the zoning bylaw as of some time. I thought it was 2015 or 16. It's 2017. I'd like to have an opportunity to review that change first, because that may significantly affect what counsel for the applicant has been discussing the last few minutes.
Well, the change was just that that's when the retreat lot bylaw was adopted. So prior to that, that option didn't exist in town.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify if Mr. Gale feels, I don't know, if he's uncertain about something that I said, just please let me know. I'll try to clarify it. I'm not suggesting that the retreat bylaw applies to the relief that we're looking for.
I wasn't sure if you thought that it did or not. I wasn't totally clear on that.
I don't. I think it's very similar, but it doesn't check all the boxes based upon the interpretation of the zoning enforcement officer, as Attorney Mitchell explained. So that's not the relief that we're looking for. Respectfully, if it was, we would be before the planning board.
Thank you.
Zach, it's Greg Logan.
Yes. Yep.
I know another member has been sitting there on the sideline, and he's been on the board for a long time. I'd like to hear his input and see how he feels about the frontage, is what I was stating. I don't know if Peter, if you can hear it,
Yeah.
say what you think.
One of the things that I want to ask earlier is all those other places on Elm Street that we granted variances, were there existing houses that on those properties, or was it just vacant land? One of the things that I'm hung up on is we're not depriving anybody of making use of their land by not voting for this. And I'm not saying I'm against it or for it either way yet, but there is an existing house. So when somebody claims there's a hardship, well, I've always looked at it as, well, they can't do something with their land in the current state that it's in, but you can. There's an existing house, so we're not depriving the homeowner or the landowner of use of their land. They want more use of their land, which is a little bit different than I think all those other variances that we granted in the past.
Peter, I can help you on a couple of them. On the Elm Street, for the one that would be John Souza's 1968 Elm Street. That's the one that we were talking about. There is an existing house in the front of it, and we did offer him a side set relief to go to the back. That's the one that I was talking about, that I thought would have had to go for a preliminary set of drawing plans for the planning board. Then we also have this other one. This would be Mr. Carr, 2666 Elm Street. That's where the old former Broad Cove School is, on the front of the property, and that was the hardship for the purpose of the easement going to the back. And then we have 3048 Elm Street. That was a large piece that was owned by Souza Brothers. And it was a farm, and Mr. Burr had purchased that piece of property. And that piece of property had a cemetery in the front yard. So that was the hardship for the easement to get into the back of the property. Those are the three cases that are in front of, that I see for reference case files for the 2792 Elm Street variance.
Also, respectfully, and I know Mr. Logan has expressed his opinion on why he doesn't think it's necessarily applicable or is similar to our petition, but the one on Main Street, 1295, I believe, 1235, excuse me, that had an existing residence as well. And I do understand the point raised by Peter Karen, where he said that it's not a situation where they don't have any use of their land because there's an existing house there. And I'm not saying that there's not some validity to that point. But I think what you're dealing with here, though, is a 38-acre parcel of land with one house situated up in the front. I guess that would be the northeasterly corner of the parcel. So I don't think it really allows the owner of the land to fully utilize their land. And I think that's something that the board can take into consideration, I think has taken into consideration in the past.
That's why I was saying I'm not completely opposed to it happening here. I just always look for what's the real hardship. And like I said, in the past, it's something that we always considered if the landowner was able to use their land in the current state, and I don't see that as it's not being able to be used.
So do the app?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
I was going to ask if they had any more questions or thoughts amongst the board, but sure, if you have anything else you want to say, by all means.
I'd be repeating myself with regard to the elder Mr. Karen's point. So I think I said
This is Mr. Gale, and my.
Right. So, Greg and John, I guess as voting members, do you still feel as though you would like to take this under advisement for whether it's deliberation or personal thought? Still, is that how you both are feeling?
Well, I do have one question. This might help me go either way. The question I have is, you're saying soil. Just give me some explanations, right? What you mean by the soil. I understand that we're talking about the ledge that's back there in the back corner. I know there's a lot of ledge back there, but when you say soil, the topography of the land, I don't understand why that's being brought up. What's going on with the soil?
Well,
that was my question at first too.
The ledge itself is what I'm referring to as the soil condition. So to give probably the most basic example that I usually give to a board is somebody wants to put a pool in their backyard and they can't meet the backyard setback requirement. I strike that. I'm sorry. They can meet the backyard setback requirement, but where they want to place the pool, there's a lot of ledge there. Lead right to an astronomical expense for them to remove it. That'd be the most expensive pool around. So they need to either shift it a little bit closer to the side of the property, and they might not meet the side yard setback requirement. So that's something to do with these soil conditions. The ledge that's in the ground prohibits them economically from putting the pool where they ordinarily would be able to situate it and comply with setbacks. So I think that when I speak to ledge being in the ground, that's the soil conditions that I'm referring to.
Okay, so that soil condition you're referring to, I know Jonathan Gale, you can't see, is the house is out towards the street, roughly 55 feet off the road to the right of the property, looking at it from Elm Street. They're looking for the easement to go up through the left, while the 40-foot section they're asking us to relieve them for is going in, and then it has to take a hard right to go around the ledge and then go up along the back side. But the ledge in the soil, as you say, is at the back of the property. It's not according to the frontage. Am I correct?
It is correct that the ledge does not run along the front of the property, as I understand it. If Mr. Delano wants to correct me, that's my understanding. I'm not going to quarrel with you.
You're in here for a frontage variance.
We are in here for a frontage variance.
Okay.
This is Mr. Gale. My other concern, and Greg, first of all, thanks for the visual clarification. And Marguerite, maybe you can weigh in on this as well. But my other concern is that, considering partly what Peter Karen said, which I agree with to some extent in terms of the usage of the land currently, my concern is that if we were to grant this request, potentially we could be setting precedent. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but if we are, what does that potentially do down the road to other applicant requests? And I don't know if our council can weigh in on that.
I mean, I think you're actually dealing with the reality of what precedent could or could not do to a case right now, because there's an argument before you that prior cases might just have established a precedent for a decision to be made in this case one way or the other. And you're looking at each case and making a decision about whether you think it applies or not, or was it unique to that particular case. What hasn't been done from the prior cases that I see is the creation of something that looks a lot like a retreat lot, but isn't quite a retreat lot, which I don't think there's any dispute on, and I appreciate that. And I know I'm trying to keep our conversation about retreat lots out, but I think it comes into play slightly because you have this retreat lot bylaw that the town put in place. It said we are, as a town, willing to allow land to have houses on it in the rear in certain circumstances. And you really haven't created any type of, you haven't had a case before you since that bylaw went in place where you were asked to do something other than what is allowed through the retreat lot provision. I know that there have been retreat lots approved by the planning board since that went in place. That doesn't come before you guys. So this is a little new in that sense. That's the only way that I see this as new, other than being a case that, you know, has a variance to take a non-conforming lot and create two non-conforming lots out of it. And, you know, your understanding of whether that's been done in the past or not is also based on your own experiences. I've written many decisions for the zoning board over the years, and I haven't done a full research to tell you whether I feel that's ever been done or not. But I know it's not usually done. I know it's rare that this board does grant that. That being said, variances stand on their own. They have certain requirements that need to be met. And these requirements under the variance law are supposed to be unique to the property. So under that theory, you could never have precedent.
Right. That's
And
how
I'm not giving you a complete answer because I can't tell you which way to vote on this case.
No, Attorney Mitchell, it's funny that you say that, because that's how I've probably mentioned before in meetings, I've always felt about precedents. It's like we look at every case differently, yet, but we have to consider what other cases have done before. It's kind of like, well, that kind of contradicts each other. So, I do understand what you're saying.
I have a question. We had a case come in front of us on Middle Street, Jones. And it was a year or two back, and it might not have even been that long.
That sounds familiar, that name though.
Yeah, we allowed something similar to this, where I can't remember if it was a Form A lot. That's where I'm questioning it.
I remember. Okay. I don't remember the details, but it's sounding familiar actually.
Yeah, so the gentleman came in front of us, and he had over the 8 acres, and he came in front of our board. He didn't want to go. We allowed the 40 feet or 40 feet of frontage to go to the back lot. Excuse me, but I'm not sure if that was a Form A lot to start with. Again, this is my biggest thing, is taking, like I stated before, you're asking to take a non-conforming lot and make two non-conforming lots. This board in the past has taken a conforming lot and made two non-conforming lots. That's the difference that since I've been on.
Right.
That's the only thing that's where I'm hung up, and that's why I wanted to take it under advisement. We could talk about it later. I know we have another case. Still talk about it after this meeting on Zoom. I'm not objected to. I'm just not comfortable placing a vote on it. In my personal opinion, I'm not comfortable saying that this is okay, because the applicant is in front of us for a frontage variance. And this board in the past has not allowed, like I stated before, a non-conforming lot making two non-conforming lots that I'm aware of. One case that does come to me, and I can't remember, and it's not on top of here, and it was on me, like I say, Middle Street, and it was Jones. Now I want to say that was last year or the year before, but I think it was a Form A lot, and that's why he was allowed that through the zoning board.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Logan, if I may, has made his sentiments on tonight and where he would like this to go for tonight clear. It doesn't sound like he's prepared to render a decision. As you stated previously, we need a unanimous decision. So if Mr. Logan's not ready to issue a decision tonight and wants some more time to deliberate on this matter, then I think at this point, it may make sense to continue this matter to the board's next hearing, whenever that may be. I understand this is the third hearing on this matter, and I know my clients are anxious to get a decision, but if one of the members is not prepared to move forward, then in my experience, it's never sensible to say, no, damn it, I want a decision out of you tonight, because you usually don't get the decision that you want at that point.
Right.
So we'd be amenable if the board wanted to continue this to, I don't know if it's the next meeting or when exactly it would be. I think you have a meeting next week. I don't know if it would be continued to that meeting or not.
That's a special hearing for a 40B project, so it wouldn't be a part of that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think he wants to take it under advisement, which is not a continuance. It's just that we have one other case to hear, and then after that case is over, we would like to discuss this case some more, probably without
Okay, I
public input.
misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Exactly what I
want.
want.
I misunderstood.
I don't want to hold it up. I want everything in my any kind of information I can get and gather this all up before I make my decision. Because I just don't want to, and again, like Marguerite said, we're not actually setting case precedent, but this board in the past that I've been on, for the years that I've been on, is not that I'm aware of. And again, I'm looking at stuff that's prior to when I was on the, I'm not 100% comfortable with what they had done, but every piece of property has its own entity. So I just want to, I'm not comfortable giving you the vote right now. I'd rather wait, hear the next case, then come back, and as all the board members are still here, go over it, and maybe we can make a decision tonight.
I apologize if I misunderstood.
No, I did too. That's why when he first said that, I was kind of curious as to what more information he needed, but now I understand what he was suggesting. So now, as a point of order,
this is Jonathan.
Continue something under. Yep.
This is Jonathan. If I can just suggest, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to suggest, first of all, I don't know if we do have any public input on this to still be heard. Number one, if the public has any comment to make whatsoever. And secondary, because we do have another case to hear this evening, I'm a little bit on the fence too, as Mr. Logan is. And I'm wondering if the applicant wants to remain in the conversation and then come back to it later, or if the applicant is willing to wait until our next meeting date, which would be in November, for the sake of the applicant being online.
Either way, if we were to continue it, we wouldn't be closing the public input. So regardless, it wouldn't be their last time to speak. But I do understand what you're asking, or what you're suggesting.
And there may be some public who would like to make some comment tonight who cannot come back again. So I don't know if that's the case or not.
Well, I mean, I can't predict how long the next case will take us, but I mean, I feel we should probably get to the next case, only because we could spend a half hour more just on public input hypothetically, which we can do. But now that we're at that point, they're just going to be thinking about it, talking about it more, which is something that Greg is not prepared to do at this second. So I don't, as a point of order, I don't know if it's wrong of me to do that. But Marguerite, do you think that we should hear the public input portion on this case now, or should we wait until we've discussed the next case?
I would encourage you to at least take public input for a period of time right now. And I mean, I understand we have another case on, but I don't know the availability of the people. I don't know who's here on behalf of this case.
Okay.
Can I just interject and say that the public input from the neighbors, when they received all their notices, they came forward on the first meeting, and the neighbors have absolutely no problem. They like the idea of what we're choosing to do instead of putting a development in. We have the favorable opinion of the neighborhood.
I agree.
Right.
With that conversation.
Absolutely. And just so you know, for public input, it doesn't have to be a butters. It could be if we have a member of the another town board who's here who wants to speak. Yes, I do remember that, and I certainly haven't forgotten that. But I just want you to know that it's not just a butters that could speak at the public input portion. So, I mean, I don't know, John, to answer your question, I don't know if there is anybody else here, but if there is, we should. Yep.
Sure. If there are individuals who are looking to provide public input on this case, if you could just give a thumbs up or unmute yourself and just state your name and address.
And John, I assume you have nothing in writing or on the phone lines, correct?
That is correct. I haven't gotten any emails or phone calls on this case.
Okay. I figured, yeah.
I don't
So,
see.
I'm assuming,
I don't
Yep.
see anyone indicating they want to provide any public input here.
Okay. All right. So that being said, Marguerite, at that point, should we move on to the next case, or do you
Mr. Chairman,
have to?
point of order.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion that we take this under advisement.
Sure. Is there a second?
This is Mr. Gale. I will second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, Greg Logan.
Okay, so as we discussed, the case is not over, and it's not necessarily being continued to the next meeting. We're just going to move on to our next case, and then we will deliberate on this case after that. So if we are ready to go forward, Jonathan, Gale, if you could just read off. My computer just went to sleep. If you want to read off the case number for the next case that we had.
You mean Jonathan Gray?
Gray. So yeah, I did
So,
say Gale, didn't I? I meant Gray.
Yeah. So our next case is Dighton Woods, Dighton Homes LLC, seeking to amend their comprehensive permit condition number 21, as well as create a 16th amendment to the tri-party agreement. Mr. Corey is here tonight. Mr. Corey, the floor is yours, unless Mr. Chairman has any other thing you'd like to have here.
No, I was just going to say I'll turn it over to whoever's here. So I was going to ask you that anyway. So yeah, of course, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, Ms. Attorney Corey. I think we need to establish voting members first, and then perhaps we can move forward with the presentation.
Okay. All right. So Michelle, if you want to assign the three members, just.
I thought we had done that. This is Mr. Gill. I thought we had done that at the last meeting.
We did. I did assign them last time.
That I remember what happened now. That's right. Okay.
Jonathan Gray, if you can remind me, because I don't have them written down. I think it was Ryan.
I think it was Ryan, Jonathan Gale, and Zach.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I'm
I
just
think it-
going through the minutes right now, so just give me a second. I will find that. Yeah,
I'll get that.
I'm having a little trouble finding the voting members on this case, to be honest with you.
Zach,
You could pick 3 new members. It doesn't have to be the same 3 members that was there last time.
I'm
As
about
long-
99% sure that it was Zach Karen, Ryan, and Jonathan Gale.
that's fine. I mean, like, as long as that my father and I, if possible, didn't serve on
Yep,
the same
that's why I
case.
didn't
So,
have on it.
okay. All right.
Yo, could you list those members again, just so I can make sure I've got it here?
It was Ryan, Zach, and Jonathan Gale.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Attorney Corey, whenever you are ready, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Corey of Madoff and Corey in Foxborough for the developer Dighton Woods LLC. Just to explain how we got here in front of you. On September 23rd, the board heard our request for a process and arrangement for roadway construction and the release of funds, $171,000. Held in a tri-party agreement by Walpole Cooperative Bank, the developer's lender, as work was completed and certified by the town. Now, the work that remains, this tri-party agreement and condition 21 of the 2004 comprehensive permit established this account to fund roadway costs and other common area developments. What remains is finishing the roadway. The binder coat is down. The bounds are in. What the developer, they need to clean up the roadway, make discrete repairs, and then they can put the final coat down. Following that, they would do an as-built plan and submit it to the town for acceptance of the roadway as a public way. Because the work that the developer did the work that it needed to do up to the final work a few years ago. It couldn't do the final work, couldn't do the final coat until it had completed construction of all of the home lots. And those were finally done. The last lot was sold several weeks ago. We're now ready to put the final coat down. And we'd like to do that before the onset of what could be, miserable weather to just kind of close out this lousy year.
Right.
But we do need access once the work is complete to the funds that are escrowed in the tri-party agreement. So what we had proposed was that the developer undertake the work right away and get it done in the next 5 to 6 weeks before any heavy or cold weather sets in. And then to the extent work is completed, and take the cost allocated in the cost to complete schedule that Mr. Williams and his firm GCA had prepared as exhibits to the tri-party agreement. And once he is certified that the work is done sufficiently and properly, we draw it down, subject to a retainer of $10,000 to cover any repairs that may be needed over the winter once the final work is done and before the roadway is accepted as a public way, and then $5,000 to clean up paperwork that had been required over the last almost 20 years but some of which is missing. As I explained at the September 23 hearing, I am successor counsel. Prior counsel had stepped out a few years ago due to health problems, and we're having difficulty connecting. So what I'm going to do is just go to the source, the DEP, etc. So what we did last week was we submitted a request for a modification of condition 21 of the comprehensive permit, which would allow for the drawdown once work was completed and the town's peer review engineer had certified that the work was completed correctly. Drawdown from the tri-party agreement, the 171,000 allocated for the for that specific work, the task that was completed and the town's peer review engineer approved, and subject to a total $15,000 holdback allocated, as I explained, 10,000 for repairs, 5,000 to pending the obtaining of paperwork. Town council, Marguerite, came back with comments this morning, which I think we're fine with. She had some language tightening up the holdback on the condition 21, and comments and questions on a couple of points in the 16th Amendment to the tri-party agreement. And I think we're fine with those. I don't, if Attorney Mitchell wants to explain her position, that's fine. I don't want to misrepresent where she stands.
Yeah.
If we can get this approved tonight, we can start work as early as next week. Complete all work other than the as-built plan for the roadway, hopefully before Thanksgiving, and be before you following completion of the work, and hopefully Mr. Williams' certification that the work was completed properly for reimbursement of allocated costs for the completed tasks.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, it might be a good time for Mr. Williams, who's been so patient here tonight, to offer some feedback on his inspection.
Took the words out of my mouth, absolutely.
So at the request, yeah, we did a site visit. Joe DiGirolamo, myself, and Tom Ferry. We walked the whole length of the roadway and looked it over and found that the binder condition was in very good shape. There's a few areas where there are holes where they look like there were, deterioration, but these are most of them. I'm not saying there's no deterioration of the binder, but most of them were due to structures that have been covered over that were going to be eventually cut out. So there'd be no impact to the long-term, condition of the binder pavement and the finished pavement on top. The sidewalks in the last section of the development still have to be done. So there's a little bit of work there, but that's, I think, included in the estimate. I had talked to him about cleaning out the detention basins to make sure to see a visual on those, and also make it easy for them to get their surveys. I felt that one of them had historically been holding some water, so we'd like to just confirm that. And I think those are the inspection went pretty well. I think Tom was impressed with the condition of the roadway. And I just have just a couple quick questions. One, my question before letting this whole thing go would be also to know where the DEP stands on any final approvals or anything for this. And also in conjunction with that, has the water system received approval from the water department? That's it.
Okay. All right. And Attorney Mitchell, before we have him address any of the questions, if you have anything you want to add to this.
Sure. I did send an email this morning to Attorney Corey, and I copied Jonathan and you on it, Chairman Karen.
Yep.
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 I'm sorry. Again, I know that this was quick, and I appreciate that. We were doing this quickly to try to accommodate the request. And it came in, I think, Wednesday night, and I've just had some extreme work conditions, other things going on. So I was able to look at it late last night and early this morning. From a paperwork standpoint, you know, there was some minor modifications to condition 21 that I'm going to suggest the board look at, and maybe at some point in time, Jonathan can actually pull up the proposed language for condition 21 so I can point that out. There was also the 16th Amendment, a draft of the 16th Amendment that was submitted to the board. That needed to be submitted so that the board was aware that there would be changes made to the tripartite agreement, because that language in the tripartite agreement also creates some restrictions for the developer to do what he's trying to do now. So that did need to be submitted to the board, so at least the board knew that was happening, but I'm not ready to sign off on that document just yet. I'm just not sure it needs to be signed off on in order for the board to approve a modification tonight, because I think you can create some conditions that, you know, would allow for us to have the time to finalize that document before any release of funds happens. And obviously no further release of funds can take place until the work is done and it's been peer reviewed by Mr. Williams or his company, and then authorized. And then at that point in time, we can know how much that would be and have that request made to the board for that amount of a release. So I think we have a little bit of time to finalize that document. There's some open, as you may recall, there's some open questions around prior amendments that weren't fully recorded. And I understand the point being made about successor counsel. So there may need to be a little bit of housekeeping done with those prior amendments, so we get those recorded in order. And again, I think all this can be done after the fact through a condition that could be attached to the board if it the board's vote tonight, if it were to approve, first, that this is a insubstantial change, and secondly, the language of the modified, the language modification to condition 21. So maybe it makes sense, Jonathan, if you can pull up Attorney Corey's letter to me and to the board that has the language for condition 21 on it. I do think that I would defer to Peter Williams and the board to address. I can't really speak to whether or not the proposal to retain in final amount $10,000 for road work and $5,000 for documentation is sufficient. That would be something I'd need somebody else to provide an opinion on. I don't have that expertise. I'm also not sure if the board is comfortable with this retention really being potentially only over the course of one winter, not over the course of a year, which in the past, usually that final retention amount, the board has asked for it to occur over the course of a year to give you a full year for the roadway to settle and address any repairs that might be needed. But again, you know, at least the critical part of that year is coming up, the winter. So, and I would defer again to the expertise of your engineer as to whether or not one winter is more the issue rather than a calendar year.
May I, excuse me, I apologize. May I just clarify? We're not looking, the 10,000 would be retained only, that would be retained irrespective of the certification by the town and Mr. Williams that all of the work needed to complete the road has been done. We would imagine that by the end of November, all of the road work would have been done. The only things remaining would be preparation of the as-built plan and that would be it. Essentially what so there would be that amount reserved. And also the $10,000 would be there just to fund repairs if necessary, if the developer didn't do them that might arise over the course of the winter. It isn't there for road work. And we would look for release of the 10,000 only once the town has accepted the roadway as a public way, and by doing so, accepted responsibility and liability for maintaining the road.
Correct. And I think those types of requests usually happen at an annual town meeting, which happens in the spring. So
Right.
it's possible that if this coming spring, the town holds its annual town meeting, there could be an article on it that would potentially be to accept this roadway as a public way. Whatever the retained amount is would then be released by the board. The board's interest in it would be released.
And that, sorry.
And it's also possible that it doesn't happen this spring and it happens in a future spring, and then you would hold on to that money until that point. So, yeah. So again, I can't speak to whether or not, I don't have the expertise to tell you if it makes sense that the time frame being proposed is appropriate or the amount of money being proposed is appropriate. I can look at the language and I have done so, and I think Jonathan has just pulled it up. And I will point you to the only suggested revision I would have in the language that's being proposed is under subsections A and B. Jonathan, I don't know, do you have the ability to highlight in this document, or are you pulling up a PDF?
Yeah, I can pull up the Word document if you'd like.
It might be easier.
But I believe that.
Yeah, we might be able to
Yeah,
just
okay.
change visually.
Well, while Jonathan's doing that, I just want to clarify the petition for acceptance of the roadway is entirely on us. We have to get it together in time for the next town meeting, and the town would need to accept it. If it weren't, then the 10,000 would remain to fund repairs if the developer didn't do them, pending the acceptance. That money would be earmarked just for repairs. Other money, to the extent the roadway work isn't completed, would also remain in there per the allocation or budget that Mr. Williams had prepared going forward on those on the prior amendments to the tri-party agreement.
Chairman, if I may, I
Yep.
have a question. Just, I mean, I didn't hear any answers back on where we stand with the water department and really the situation with the septic system. I mean, that could be critical. I would also just suggest moving into this that the as-built be started prior to the completion of all work. You can get your drainage systems and the detention basins all taken care of, and we can see if we have issues out there. And then that would be much easier going forward, knowing that we have these things behind us before we make any, large money decisions.
Mr. Williams, thank you. My client is on by phone, but and I'll ask him to jump in to the extent I've misstated anything. But in 2017, I believe, the developer, which is the successor developer, redid the drainage system. Essentially, it's a new system, and I don't know exactly where the DEP stands with that.
But you mean the septic system?
Yeah, Mr. Zola, are you on? Hold on, I'm sorry, he's calling me. May I just mute myself for a second?
I think it might be easier if we just follow up with this and get a better idea as soon as possible.
Okay. Yeah, could you just bear with me?
Attorney Mitchell, I'm sorry to interrupt here, Mr. Corey. Attorney Mitchell, the document that you were referencing that you'd like to look at, the Microsoft Word document, that is the condition 21 change or the proposed 16th amendment? Because the only document I believe I have right now in Word document form is the proposed 16th amendment. So that one is the one? Okay.
No, I wanted the condition 21 change. So you can pull it up on PDF. I'll just talk through it.
Okay.
Thank you. I didn't think we had it in Word.
I'm pulling it up.
That's okay. I don't know if you have a highlighter at all on Adobe that you can use, but if not, I'll just point it out. You can maybe use your cursor. Okay, so again, and in subsection A, the last sentence, starting with upon the town's acceptance of the roadway, I just believe that the language needs to be slightly reworded. So it would read now, upon the town's acceptance of the roadway of the development, the town's interest in the $10,000 retained shall be released. Again, that amount of $10,000, I think, may need to be revised or not, depending on how this meeting goes, but the town's interest in the whatever that sum is retained shall be released. And that is how I would word that sentence. And then the remaining, the same thing for part B, the last sentence. Upon confirmation of the town's council, the $5,000 retained, the town's interest in the $5,000 retained shall be released. And the reason I think these changes are necessary is that, as I understand this proposed condition to be structured, the developer will maintain the tri-party agreement. They will not be looking to come up with a different form of guarantee. So the way the tri-party agreement works is that there needs to be a release, as you probably remember, first signed off on by the board and then signed off on by the bank and the developer before any funds are actually released. So the board doesn't actually have any authority to directly turn over any money to the developer. And I think the wording right now may provide some confusion. And we're hoping to try to avoid confusion with condition 21 in the future.
Yes.
I just want to be clear that there's still
I'm fine
steps.
with changes.
Sorry. Go ahead, Mike, Attorney Corey.
I'm fine with those changes.
Yeah.
I spoke with my client regarding Mr. Williams' questions. The system, the septic system is fully functional. They've not had any discussion with the DEP recently, but that's one of the things that I need to do is just button up all final documentation with them. They had approved the work and the redo in 2017, and we will attend to all the documentation we need from them. In terms of the water department, my client isn't aware of any issues with the water department, but to the extent the town has any comment on that, I can't speak to it.
This is Mr. Gale, and can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I was muted here or not. It's been
Nope.
a long time, but my concerns are that the $10,000 and the $5,000 figures, and Mr. Williams can also weigh in this in the end, I'm sure, to me are low. Now, I do remember in our last meeting when the applicant was on the phone with us, or on Zoom with us, and said directly, if in effect, if you don't approve what I'm looking for, then I just won't do it, period, this year. And I hear what he's saying, but at the same time, I'm concerned of a couple things. Number one, the $10,000 and the $5,000 figure, in my opinion, potentially, since this still has to be approved and accepted, are low figures if there are other things that have to be done. Those costs can get eaten up in 1 or 2 days of work, not even complete work. Secondly, if the road isn't accepted this year and timely, and it has to wait another year to go to annual town meeting, that could involve additional costs and additional repairs, whether it's to the roadway or to the septic systems or to other things that money has to be used for, additional expenses. I am opposed to the figure of 10,000 and 5,000 frankly, I'd rather see the figures go to at least 20,000 and 10,000 at a minimum. I don't think that that's so far-fetched that it should stop the developer from wanting to complete the road this year.
I'm sorry, may I comment?
Sure. Go ahead.
The 10,000 is not, this is the last of I think it was a couple of $1 million at the opening. And the last task is to complete, not work on, but to complete the roadway to the point where it is ready to be accepted by the town. My client has confirmed that the as-built is actually underway. And the 10,000 is there to cover repairs. Believe me, we're going to put this petition to the town the next annual meeting. There won't be delays on this, and these assuming this is done right and the town will certify it, no funds will be released until the town certifies that the roadway is done, completed, and final work is done, is completed, is done. This is a reserve for repairs that may be needed, and then the 5,000 is just something to ensure that I'm keeping my promise to lock down paperwork that's been lost by prior council over literally the past 20 years.
It's my understanding, though, that even with this is Mr. Gale again, even with the petition to become a public way, you're going to have to get signatures. You're going to have to get 100 signatures. I'm assuming that's something that somebody's going to be appointed to be working on. Then you're going to have to present to the planning board or planning committee. They're going to have to hold a public hearing and approve to have it go to town meeting by May. That doesn't give you a lot of time to do it. And I'm concerned that if it doesn't happen and this has to wait another year, there could be additional expenses that are incurred above and beyond the 10 and 5 at this point. So I'm suggesting an additional total of $15,000, doubling the figure as a safety net, as an additional safety net. Eventually, yes, that's hopefully going to be enough to cover, but if it's not, then potentially in order for this to become a public way, the town could have additional costs themselves that they would have to absorb.
Okay. I do agree, and well, I think I agree. I understand with John and what you're saying. I just Attorney Mitchell, what do you advise in terms of the idea of what John is saying?
So in terms of the amount of money to be retained, I think I guess I would defer to Peter on this. I don't know. Yeah, I think you have a better sense of what the cost would be once a roadway is completed. It would be appropriate to be retained to cover a year potentially or less, but maybe a year plus of time as to any additional repairs that might be needed. I think the document fee piece, I think, I appreciate that that's being offered. I think it's just more of a good faith guarantee. And I don't know that $5,000 or $10,000 is going to make a difference in that. They have to get that done in order to get final certification with Mass Housing anyways. But in terms of roadway work, how much of appropriate retention, I would defer to Peter on that.
Marguerite, before Peter answers, this is Jonathan. Is through Mass Housing, is there a certain percentage? Isn't there a percentage or a certain value that they're supposed to keep, that we're supposed to retain until the work is completed?
Not that I'm aware of. I think it's set by the board through its comprehensive permit conditions or potentially through good standard engineering practice if we don't have a comprehensive permit condition.
Thank you. Peter?
Yep.
Yes. I think when you look at it, the 10,000 is basically something that when the project is completed, the roadway is completed, you're really looking at probably a maximum of a year maintenance on a roadway, unless something really unexpected happens, but I'm not expecting that. I mean, it's not a complicated, system out there. And if we've got all the as-built and everything, we should have a good idea of what's going on. The water system has been in use and working for many years, and so has the septic. So 10,000, I mean, you think it this way, does the town spend $10,000 a year maintaining a road? I mean, it's a significant, fund amount for two detention basins, which are simple basins, and a roadway system to be maintained for 1 year. I think that's the suitable point, as long as we, weed out anything, with the as-built and final construction. The one thing I don't understand is this issue with the sewage disposal system and how that, and I mean, have they got final certification? And we should know exactly where they are on that before we, release much more money with regard to the, the total amount here, would be my thought.
Okay.
This is Mr. Gale, I would just say that we're talking about the 1 year period, but if they do not get this, and I'm going to say this again, if they don't get this before town meeting in May, and we have to wait for the next annual town meeting in May of 22, that takes us through 2 winter periods.
But if
I'm wrong, the idea of the retention, though, is that the developer, if the roadway isn't accepted at annual town meeting this coming spring, then the developer will still be responsible for the maintenance of the road, or the homeowners association. So it's not like you would be tapping into the 10,000 or whatever the retained amount is. The retained amount would only be utilized if for some reason the homeowners association does not meet its obligations and the town has to step in and do it, correct?
Who are you asking, Marguerite?
It's just confirming with Peter. That's always been my understanding of this retained amount.
I'm not sure on that. I mean, that goes into the documents of the approval, the conditions.
That would be a question I would have too. If the town does not accept this as a public way, what happens to that $10,000 at that point? Does it never get released? Does it eventually get released? Can it be released to the new homeowners association that takes over management of the property? What happens to it?
It would never be released to the new homeowners association. Right now, under the language of the condition that's being proposed, it would stay in the town. The town would maintain an interest in it until the roadway is accepted as a public way. But you're talking about retained funds. So until the roadway is accepted as a public way, it's a private way. The obligation to maintain that remains with the homeowners association per the conditions of the comprehensive permit.
But the $10,000 never reverts back to the developer until it becomes a public way. Is that right?
Oh, it doesn't revert back to the developer under the language that's being proposed until the roadway is accepted as a public way. Then the town takes over obligations for maintenance at that point in time. The $10,000 is available for the town to use if for some reason the private owners do not do what they're supposed to do to maintain that private roadway. And the town is required to come in and take care of that. They can draw down on that $10,000 balance.
Is there any other questions or about the I guess about the amount that they are providing? And okay, are there any other questions in general?
Are you referring, Zach, to the board or public input?
The board.
Not at this time, Zach. Greg Logan.
Attorney Mitchell, do you need me to continue sharing my screen?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, so if there are any members, well, I guess first I'll go back to the applicant if there's anything they want to include or address before we turn it over to the public.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I only received as of this afternoon a COVID test result. So my client and I are not in the same location. We've been on the phone back and forth. He's willing to increase the amount for the repairs to $20,000 to be released on roadway acceptance or 1 year after the town certifies that the roadway is complete and adequate. You know, he can't be there to ensure it forever. If he's repaired the road, if he's built the road fully and completely, then if it's not, we're going to do our best to get it accepted. If the town for some reason doesn't accept it as a public way, then it's left to the homeowners association to maintain it as a private way. So we would agree to a $20,000 retention pending the earlier of 1 year after certification of completeness, including certification by the town of the as-built plan and certification of all work done as being as having completed the roadway, and then $5,000 to back my promise to get all the paperwork done, the missing paperwork.
So
years.
Okay. So first I'll go to Peter Williams on that. How do you feel about that figure?
Peter, you are muted.
Here we go. Oh, yeah, I would certainly feel much more, comfortable with that. I think the only thing I think in Attorney Corey's statement there is, I think that they would make a certification that the road complies with the, construction standards and everything, and then the town would accept the certification, not that the town's going to certify.
Okay,
Absolutely.
and Attorney Mitchell?
I think that is more in line with what the town has done in the past. And not tied it to acceptance of the public way, but rather a year after there's been certification of substantial completion. And then I think that's actually language that's in the tri-party agreement right now as to when that retention would happen. And that may be something that when we finalize the 16th Amendment, we can look at and modify within that document. My only question would be, Attorney Corey, since we're not present right now to kind of hammer out the language, and I know you're looking to try to get this done tonight, is there any possibility that you could type something up and email it to Mr. Gray and it could be looked at as a Word document?
Sure. Tonight?
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know how, I'm not sure how we can make the changes to the language without seeing exactly what.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm happy to do it. I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue.
I was just gonna say we have another case that we have to discuss anyway if we need to do that.
So before we do that, I'd be interested in hearing public input too, once we've covered, this piece of it, but if that could be done, that might be helpful.
Okay, so it seems that we've discussed everything that we need to on the board for this. So if there are members of the public, feel free, John, if you just don't mind helping them out and leading any kind of controlling of who's next for me.
Sure. If those interested in providing public input could provide some sort of thumbs up or wave on camera just to let me know, and I'll call on you. Mr. Bierman, if you could state your name and address. Mr. Bierman, so we'll come back to you. Is there anyone else who would like to provide some input here? Mr. DeMello, Name and address, please.
Nelson DeMello, 938 Dightonwood Circle.
Yep.
So I was on the first meeting, and I apologize. I may have missed it here, so this could just be a point of clarification. I understand the funds getting released, the now 20 and potentially 20 and 5. So what funds are actually getting released to finish the road? Because if we talked about that tonight, I missed it. If those funds aren't released until the road's completed, what funds are getting released to complete the road?
You want me to try to answer that, Mr.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So the proposal before the board is actually not to release any funds tonight. It's to talk about how much additional funds could be released once the roadway is completed. Under the current language of the comprehensive permit, the remaining balance in the tri-party agreement, which is about $171,000, has been interpreted. I know there was a dispute, but now we're not going down that path anymore, but it's been interpreted to be the remaining amount that can be released, and no further amounts can be released until we're a year after substantial completion. And the developers indicated that they'd like to have more money released once the roadway is completed. Not right now. They understand there's no justification today, but once the roadway is completed, they would like to have additional funds released. But they are willing, and they realize there needs to be some type of balance held. And that's what the conversation tonight has been about. What will that final balance be when we're at the point in time where the town is able to approve that further funds should be released because additional work has been done.
Thank you, Attorney Mitchell.
Sure.
Anything further, Mr. DeMello?
Oh.
Okay. Mr. Bierman, you want to give it a shot again?
I'm going to try. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. My first question is, does the HOA have any obligation or input with respect to having the petition and town getting the road getting accepted, or does that all fall on the developer and his counsel?
This is Mr. Gale. I'm going to attempt to answer part of that for you.
Thanks.
And the answer to the question is, in order for the road to become public way, you / the developer are going to start with specific language that you are going to get from the planning board, which is going to have to go on to, what am I looking for? I just lost the train of thought. Onto a petition. Thank you. And that petition is going to have at least 100 signatures of residents of the town of Dighton, which could be potentially your residents who are adults, if you have at least 100, or others in town as well. So that's going to be at least 100 residents on that language specifically that you would want to get from the planning board. I will defer to that to say, if you want to see how that's done, there's going to be a planning board meeting on November 4th for another road that's going to be considered for a public way in town. And you could observe that meeting and see how it's done. Having said that, once those 100 signatures are gathered, whether it's you, the developer, or a combination of, then you're going to have to present that to the planning board for a public hearing. If the planning board agrees and all the requirements that we've been discussing about road approval have been met, and the planning board agrees, they will then make a determination and vote, hopefully in the affirmative in your case, which is what you're hoping for, to have this go to town meeting in May. At the town meeting, it then goes to the town residents, and that's where you ask as many people as you know to show up to vote in the affirmative. I hope that answers your question.
It does. What happens if the town doesn't accept the road? I assume when the construction is done, it'll be good quality. Everyone's going to sign off at it. But what if something comes along and the town decides not to accept the road? Let's say with construction gets done this year, we petition for 2021, and it doesn't get accepted. I assume the HOA then becomes responsible for maintenance of the road, which I think is verbiage we already understand in our trust documents. Would we have the opportunity to then petition again the following year?
You can petition as many times as you want.
Okay. All right.
May I just lay out a practical scenario? the developer will undertake to hire me or some other legal monkey to get the work done, to get the roadway accepted. I would draw up the draft article. We would need the help of all of the homeowners for the signatures, and we'd need them to commit to go to town meeting and try to get other citizens and neighbors to come in to accept the roadway. It would be a joint effort of the developer and the HOA or the residents of the development to really help pull together to get this roadway accepted. But the developer would fund the legal cost of getting the first pass at the roadway accepted at the first town meeting. And again, what we had said was, the 20,000 would be released pending the earlier of acceptance of the roadway and certification of substantial completion and confirmation by the town.
I'm sorry to meet you, interrupt. This is Mr. Gale. I was going to encourage the resident as well. If you go back and look at some of the documents that you may or may not have in your possession from the original agreements that were worked out with the town, you may find language in there, specific language that determines what's required, to answer part of your question, for your road to be brought to the town to be considered for a public way, because that may help you in terms of, as your counsel said, as you go forward, it'll explain to you what's required, what the expectations are that were worked out with the town at the time these documents were put together. You're also ultimately, of course, going to want to get letters from the police department, police chief, the fire chief, etc., that validates it meets certain standards for public way. So yeah, there is different parts of this that have to be put together for the package to be presented to the planning board.
So another question I have then, if the town, if for some reason it's not accepted, but the completion is done, that 20,000, is that still released to the developer?
Marguerite?
So construction is done, but the town doesn't accept the road. Obviously, we need to maintain maintenance expenses, snow removal, anything that comes up. I'm just curious, is that 20,000 still released simply because of the completion is done, or does it hold off until acceptance?
The developer's willing to have it held for 1 year following certification of substantial completion, which is the standard, as town council said. After that, if it's unable to be accepted as a public way, it would, the developer can't have his money sitting out there as insured. He's completed it to spec fully and properly. It's then left to the homeowners association if it cannot be accepted as a public way. Those are the terms on which we're offering the 20,000.
So the homeowners association does not get the money, is what you're asking.
I was just trying to clarify. I get what Mr. Corey is saying. We just wanted to know the answer to that.
Is there?
So that would mean that.
Oh, good.
No, let John take over.
No, you're fine, Brian. I just didn't know if there's anyone else who wanted to speak, or if you had any more questions.
No. John does.
Sure.
Mr. Cotino, could you just give me your address?
Sorry about that. Attorney Catino, I represent the Dighton Woods Circle Trust, the trustees, and the office address is 511 West Grove Street in Middleborough. And I guess we just wanted to, was looking for some clarity on that 20,000. So the builder is willing to hold back that 20,000 for any necessary repairs after substantial completion. And I guess my question is, or one of my questions is, if at the end of that 1 year, because the whole purpose to holding that 20,000 is it for repairs along the way, or repairs needed moving forward beyond substantial completion, beyond the release of the bulk of the funds. So at the end of that 1 year, there are repairs necessary. He shouldn't just get his money. He should really have to make those repairs as well. That's the whole reason why they're being held back. He doesn't just have to take his money and go. So we just want clarification on that.
For what, and you're right. The language of our offer as modified at this hearing would be 20,000 would be held for 1 year following substantial completion. We would remain responsible for 1 year following substantial completion of the roadway for repairs. And if they weren't done, then the 20,000 could be reached. But after that 1 year, the obligation ends and the 20,000 is released to the developer.
Okay, that's all.
Repairs, not maintenance. Maintenance is a separate, that's on the homeowners association. These will be repairs to the roadway.
Right, yeah, repairs. And again, that was my only question, my only point was that if after substantial completion, he gets whatever the number is, 140 plus, and there's 20,000 being held back, and there's another certain amount being held back for permitting and paperwork, et cetera, like was explained earlier today. My only point was, let's say he finishes it by mid or end of November, fast forward to the end of October next year, and we just, it's discovered by the homeowners or observed by the homeowners that there are, bicycle tire sized potholes that need repair or whatever, right? Even though substantially completed, those are not maintenance issues, but those are repair issues. They just want to make sure that they wouldn't be liable for. Obviously, the maintenance with plowing, et cetera, they've been maintaining plowing since, I believe, 2018 anyway. So that sort of maintenance, they would continue. It's just the repair issue prior to releasing that last 20,000. They don't want to be left holding the bag for repairs that could eat into the reserves quickly.
Mr. Chair, the developer agrees.
Okay.
This is Mr. Gale, and I'm just going to throw a thought out again. My big mouth is moving a lot tonight, I guess. But my concern is that if the developer does substantially complete the road this November, by the end of this November, but if the developer and whomever counsel might be for the developer helps the developer and the association with the next process of going forward with a petition and so forth. But if it's not able or ready to be presented to the planning board on time, and ultimately is not put on the warrant on time, then that 1 year could potentially elapse before it ever actually gets to be a warrant discussion for a town meeting if it has to go into 2022. So if we go to substantial completion in November and then a 1 year limit, and it doesn't make it this May, for whatever reason, because it's still, if you think about it, it's only a 5 and a half month timeline, which is very tight. Then theoretically, the developer could then say to the town, this was completed last November of 21. I want my money. I want my $20,000, even though it's not a public way yet. And I think that language needs to be changed.
So if I can speak to that, that is correct. That is based on the proposal that's being presented right now. That is a possibility. I believe it's happened in this town before, where a developer has obtained a certificate of substantial completion, and a year has passed before the roadway was accepted as a public way. But the difference here is that that 1 year period gives you a full year of any of the roadway settling through all different types of conditions, the typical weather conditions that would happen over the course of a year. And any repairs that might need to happen as a result of that, those weather conditions and the roadway settling would be made during that time. And if they weren't made, the town has funds to make those repairs that it can do themselves. And so this isn't really about maintenance. Again, we have to keep in mind, this isn't about maintenance of that roadway. The maintenance responsibility is already established through the homeowners association agreements and through the comprehensive permit conditions. It remains the responsibility of the private entity, because this is a private road, until the town accepts it as a public way. But this is about repairs to the roadway so that you don't have a situation where a developer puts down the final coat and somehow is able to get an as-built plan approved by the town quickly, and then the roadway settles or heaves during the winter or in the heat or something else and causes cracks or other potholes or other things that need to be repaired, and the developer's nowhere to be found, and the town now has to undertake the expense, the cost of the entire community to fix that roadway. That's kind of what this is intended to try to avoid. So I think it's not realistic to think that substantial completion will happen in November. I think it is realistic to think that the roadway work will be done in November, but then there needs to be documentation presented. It needs to be reviewed by Peter Williams's company or himself. I'm not sure who's going to do it for him. And there needs to be other things done. It's not just about the roadway right now. There is, as Peter explained tonight, there's confirmation he needs from DEP related to the upgrades to the sewage system. There's some detention pond issues that he's looking at having addressed as well. So substantial completion likely will not take place at the end of November, even though the road work might be done. That road work is going to get them very far along the path towards substantial completion. It just won't be there yet. So I think the substantial completion conversation will likely happen in the early part of next calendar year. And then you'll have a year from that period. So you will have a sense of whether or not annual town meeting has had this warrant on it. And then you'll probably have a good sense of what is being planned for the next one if the warrant article doesn't get on it by the time that year runs. Does that sound fair to you, Attorney Corey?
It does. And I just want to point out that in a normal situation, where planning board rules apply, the standard is release of funds following acceptance or 1 year after substantial completion. The developer is ready to commit to pushing to get the roadway accepted for the next annual meeting. But if, despite our efforts, for some reason the town is not ready to do that, they will stand ready after substantial certification of substantial completion is done for 1 year with, and following that, it is on the homeowners association. Because the builder has built the road and he's done, it's now, he isn't there to maintain it forever if the town doesn't feel like stepping up.
Mr. Chairman, we have some additional public input as well.
Sure. Yeah, I was looking at the time, guys. We do have another case, not another case, but a case to go back to. So if we could just keep the comments just concise if you can.
All right, Mr. Brent Semple, could you provide your address for the record as well?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So substantial completion would be defined or accepted by the town. And I refer to Attorney Mitchell for guidance on that point. If the road was accepted as substantially completed, and then it would then fall to the homeowners association to take responsibility of the road, then therefore exposing the homeowners association if it was not accepted, and the 10,000, 20,000, whatever dollar amount you guys decide on is released to the developer, would then fall back on the homeowners association. So a two-part question is, one, the substantial completion is by the town. And two, once that is done, I believe I've been hearing that it's a 1 year a date that's held. But at the same time, you'd be exposing the homeowners association to whatever changes or repairs that need to be done by the town if that substantial completion is accepted, but the town does not accept the road. You then put that back on the homeowners association to take up that cost of whatever the repairs or modifications to the road that would need to be done. So I guess that's a question from Attorney Mitchell. And the other question would be, what was the original language of the tri-party agreement that the ZBA had agreed to when this was approved, and the amount that was approved to be held by the town?
All right, so with regards to your first question, the idea of this retention amount is that the developer will be responsible for making all roadway repairs for a period of 1 year after substantial completion. You are correct that that substantial completion determination is issued by the town. The developer is responsible for all repairs for that 1 year period. And in order to ensure that he's responsible for those repairs, the town is holding funds back from releasing those funds to him in this amount of $20,000. If for some reason the developer doesn't make the repairs, the town can make those repairs and it has money to do that. Once that 1 year period is up, then the developer would have to have those funds released. And at that stage, if there's repairs needed to the road, because the road, assuming the road is not yet a public way, the homeowners association is responsible for that roadway and they would need to make those repairs. If they don't make those repairs and the town feels that it's a dangerous condition, it will come in and make those repairs because it has no choice. It needs to do that. And it likely would bill the homeowners association as the owner of that roadway for the costs associated with those repairs. If in the course of all of this, the roadway gets accepted as a public way, it becomes the town's responsibility to maintain and repair. And so, you know, whether or not you go down the path of repairs being needed is very hypothetical. After that 1 year period, I think the 1 year period is a standard time frame to provide for that, you know, full annual weather cycle to happen and to make sure there isn't any settling or heaving or other adjustments to the roadway occurring that would need to be fixed. And the sidewalks. I mean, it's not just the roadway. We're talking about the roadway, but it's the roadway and the infrastructure of the development. I think I take to heart Peter Williams's earlier point that a lot of the infrastructure has been in many, many years. So we're well past what that 1 year period would be. What hasn't been completed here primarily is the roadway and the sidewalks. So that's what we'll probably be looking at. And then with regards to your second question, which I'm now forgetting. So if you perhaps could ask that again.
So I guess I'll follow up. So the $20,000, if the road is accepted, but is not accepted, or there's substantial completion approved by the town, but is not approved as a town road, those costs still defer back to the developer, correct?
The $20,000?
Yeah. So I mean, you have substantial completion and it's within the year, but it's still not accepted by the town. Would those $20,000 still refer back to, or still be the responsibility of the developer, or would it be kind of up in the air? I guess I'm deferring to you for a little bit more understanding of the exposure of the homeowners association compared to, you know, one substantial completion, which is controlled by the town. So there is a definitive and this isn't my area of understanding, but once the town says it's substantially completed, the exposure then falls back on the homeowners association to try to get it approved. If that's my understanding, I just want to make sure that the timing is right for both the homeowners association, for the developer, for everyone involved here, that substantial completion seems like the trigger date where the exposure for the homeowners association would increase. And I understand that's not your interest. Your interest is in the town. But as a homeowner, I think my interest is the exposure of myself and everyone else who lives in this neighborhood to make sure that, once that check mark goes off by GZA, which I respect as an engineering company, we can get it approved so that $20,000 isn't floating around. I don't know if that makes sense. Please correct me if I'm floating here, but.
Well, I guess I'm a little, I think the piece around the $20,000 is what is confusing me, but I'll try to just answer what I think you're asking. So when substantial completion occurs, that is certified by the town, not by GZA. GZA, the town won't certify it without GZA's confirmation that they've reviewed everything and believe that everything has been completed. But then the town itself has to then, after they get that confirmation, issue this certification. That will then, under the proposal before the board tonight, that will trigger a 1-year period where there will be $20,000 still held in reserve. The developer will still be responsible for all repairs. If in the course of that 1-year period, the town accepts the roadway as a public way, then under the law, that means the town becomes responsible for all repairs. The homeowners association doesn't hold any responsibility, or even if they did hold a responsibility, the town is at $20,000 to use before the homeowners association ever becomes responsible to make repairs on that road. So even if the developer walks away during that 1-year period, the town has $20,000 to use to make those repairs. And that's the whole point of $20,000.
That's the clarification that I would seek, that I sought, was that once there is the certification of completion, that $20,000 is still sitting out there, and that is the town's responsibilities before it becomes the homeowners to repair the road, before it becomes an actual approved as a public roadway. So I think you did touch on that point, and I appreciate it.
Sure.
Attorney Corey, is there how's the document that you're preparing going? Is there anything more that you need?
I don't think so. What I want to do is there'll be, would you like me to draft a proposed decision for the board review and signature, if it's acceptable?
I was intending on doing a decision after the fact. I think if you could just take that language of condition 21 and either modify it or just rewrite it.
So rewrite my letter, the request.
The part about condition 21, the proposed language for condition 21.
Okay, I will revise the request as submitted on October 7th.
Yeah.
To embody the agreements that we discussed here.
Great.
And I'll get it out to you tonight.
Okay. And then there would be additional conditions related to the 16th Amendment, as I mentioned earlier. But once we have the language of condition 21 confirmed, the piece around the 16th Amendment is just more of work that needs to be done after this happens for the board to vote on.
Absolutely. Understood.
Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, John.
Still has his hand raised. Mr. DeMello, do you have some brief remarks that you make, or is this raised hands something from previous public input? Nelson DeMello.
Yep.
All right. Mr. DeMello is not responding, so I guess we'll just proceed.
Okay, so Attorney Mitchell, did we vote with the not condition? I don't mean to use that word, but with the understanding that we'll have this typed up, or do we have to wait until he's actually done with it before the vote is made?
I think it's important to see the language they're proposing, and unfortunately, it looks like the developer, I don't know, we could try to continue this to your, November 2nd meeting, but I don't think the developer wants that to happen. I think they want to vote tonight, so.
That'll lose the window. Unless global warming really helps out.
No, that's fine. I guess what I was getting at was, is it worth going back and discussing the other case first, and then coming back to this?
That may give the time Attorney Corey needs to draft up this revision and submit it to Mr. Gray.
Mr. Chairman, we have some additional public input on this.
Okay, unfortunately, it does need to be brief, guys. I mean, it's 9:40. We have to. I want to make sure everyone is heard, but I just don't want the to go on and on. So if we could just make sure that we are concise, it's only going to have to be for a few more minutes.
All right, Ms. Carter, please unmute yourself and provide your name and address.
Hi there, thank you. It's Jennifer Carter, 942 Dighton Wood Circle. I really apologize if this question seems very naive. I've never been through something like this as a homeowner. My road has always been completed where I've purchased. So again, like I said, I really apologize if this is a naive question, but and maybe Mr. Williams could speak to this a little bit. I know he said that the binder was in good condition, but all around the neighborhood, there are like large chunks of things that have like come off from the sides of the binder or from like driveways or things like that. Will all of that be cleaned up prior to the new road and sideways being put down, or what are those responsibilities? I just want to make sure that whatever is put down, we are hoping for the best outcome, and we're trying to make sure that it does go through the 1 year period and not need any repairs or anything. So that's just my quick question.
And I will respond. Any minor repairs of damage or deterioration or cracks will be addressed prior to the placement of the finished binder course.
Okay, and what about all of the like chunks of things that are around the neighborhood? Like, would there be like a street sweeper that would come through and take all of that up so that the roadway itself is clear for the paving? I guess that was more my question.
Yes, that's correct. There'll be a preparation for the pavement, which will be cleaning and actually some tacking with the placement of oil on the surface so the two surfaces will bind.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question was, part of the completion of the neighborhood, there's a parcel of land at the front of the neighborhood that had still has some of those large metal things that are going to be used to complete the road. And then there's also like large weeds and other things. Is the developer responsible in finishing that area prior to the town accepting the development, or how does that work?
My understanding is that's part of a landscaped area that's included in development, and that will have to be completed prior to acceptance, final.
That would be completed prior to acceptance. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Mr. DeMello, do you have the ability to unmute yourself? All right. That's the only ones that we had left on public input.
Okay. All right. So that being said, now, Attorney Mitchell, do we need a vote to continue this, or can we just go into discussing the previous case?
Just to be consistent with your prior actions, I would make a motion to take this under advisement, and then you can move to reopen the conversation for the prior case.
Okay. So I will need a vote on that, guys.
So
Zach,
sorry, that'll be Ryan, Zach, or Jonathan Gale, who are the voting members in this case, would need to be voted.
Okay.
So I'll step down to just for chair for this vote. So as a voting member, I make a motion that we put this case, we can under advisement for the time being, and then reopen the next case.
This is Ryan Eckerson. I second the motion.
All right, is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, Zachary Karen.
Aye. Ryan Eckerson.
Jonathan Gale, aye.
Okay. Okay. So, Greg, is there anything you wanted to discuss first, or anything on your mind?
I believe, Mr. Chairman, we got to open it back up. Am I correct on that, Marguerite?
Mr. Chairman,
Close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one question? Do you need me any further on this issue?
No, I think we're all set, Peter.
Okay, good night then all.
Thank you so much.
Just before we move off this, I want to make sure the language is correct. I should say certification by the developer, a substantial completion of the roadway, and is it confirmation by the town or its engineer?
It's acceptance by the town, I believe.
No, it's well, if it's a earlier of acceptance,
yes,
or 1 year following.
Yes, I would recertify it.
So the language of the revision should say the certification by the developer of substantial completion and the confirmation in writing by the town's engineer of the same.
By the board's engineer.
By the board's engineer. Are you the peer review?
Yes.
Engineer, okay. All right, great, thank you very much. Should I stay on? I'm gonna get this done and email it out while your matter is.
No, I mean, Attorney Mitchell, I don't think he needs to stay on, correct? Unless you need him to for whatever reason.
I mean, if I have questions on the language, I guess, if there needs to be any further adjustments, I assume you'd want to be a part of that conversation.
Sure.
It's your call, but
yeah, I'll stay on.
it's okay.
I'll stay on. I'll mute myself. I'll behave.
Thanks.
Okay.
Can you send me that too, Mike, when you get
Oh
it?
yeah, no, I'll send it. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to Mr. Karen and also to Jonathan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Greg, to answer your question, yes, a motion to reopen.
Reopen. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to reopen the public hearing for case number. I don't have the case number in front of me.
Attorney Mitchell, I don't believe we ever closed the public hearing on this matter. I mean, we took a motion to take it under advisement, but as far as I understand, the public hearing is still open.
Yeah, but I think that
it is.
You don't have to say reopen then. You can say to rediscuss, but you need to do something.
Okay. So Greg, you were making a motion to rediscuss 2792 Elm Street, I believe.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we open for discuss 2968 Elm Street.
As a voting member, I will second that. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Greg, what
Yeah.
you got for us? You got anything else you were thinking about?
Yeah, so I got some information on that. Remember I mentioned something about the Middle Street. I just pulled up the application for the variance and the decision on that matter. So I'm looking at it, and this case really doesn't apply to what we have here. That was more of a business / residential. I knew there was some.
Was it the preschool?
No, this was Jones. It's 170. Was it 172 Middle Street, and it had insufficient frontage, but it's zone business, which is actually less frontage. I was just looking for other ways that I could see this go through with the frontage on my end. So
okay, I see what you're saying.
For me on this, I was seeing if there was something different I could have applied. So I guess on business zone, we only require 150 in the town of Dayton for the bylaw frontage, and this gentleman had 164 to start, and then we made two non-conformance conditions out of a Form A condition. So I knew there was something that I was involved with, but again, it was a Form A lot for the zone that it was. So that was something I was trying to feel out, but I just
Right.
and it's not what I thought it was going to be. So again, what's in front of us right now, guys, is we're trying to. They're asking us for relief on frontage variance. So like I say, it's been my record in the past that we do not allow a non-conforming lot to make two non-conforming lots. They do have the hardship of the ledge. I'm open for suggestions on that. I feel all the other two voting members feel on the ledge. Again, I wanted to be clear, the ledge is not at the street. The ledge is approximately 75 to 85 feet behind the existing house.
Yeah, and Greg, one thing that I was thinking about too was what my dad had said for his, why he said, guys, what is the hardship when he, obviously there is a lot there, there is a house there, it's when they can do nothing with it, and then of course it's they have 38 acres that they really can't fully tap into. So I understand why he asked that. I have to agree. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I mean, you have a house on it, but there is a significant portion that they can't touch. So for me, what I'm thinking in my head is, okay, at what point are we? At what point is it worth? I don't mean really financially worth, but to make two non-conforming lots versus how much acres are they not able to use? So I don't know if that's the right mindset, but in my head, it's like, if it's like, well, it only had 5 more acres, what's the point? But I think 38 is pretty substantial. I don't know, like I said, if that's the right way to go about thinking about it, but I mean, it's a lot that they can't use.
No, I do agree. And like I said, I am taking into consideration that all the abutters were for it. I like the design that the architect had done for the two parcels. Like I say, I'm not trying to deny something here. I'm trying to look for a reason.
No, I know.
And I understand it's 35 acres. It's a lot of land. And it's a beautiful piece of land up back there. I'm not opposed due to the abutters part. I liked how every abutter was for the development for the single house versus putting in if they had to knock the house down and go in, it could be up to 3 to 4 homes, which none of the abutters were interested in. The applicant was agreeing to the side setbacks of the brush or arborvitaes going next to Perry's property, making sure there was a clear buffer zone or something like that, that he wasn't opposed to that. I mean, I understand everything else about the property. I'm just trying to find something that we've done, and I can't find that we've done. That's all.
Right, Greg, and you're right. I mean, I agree with you in the sense that, well, I agree with everything that you're saying. Where, as I've said before, one of my biggest deciding factors is the abutters, and it's like, if we had abutters that were like, I don't think I want this, I'd be like, well, I mean, that's a very big thing we got to take under consideration. Where, and obviously we're in a case where they would, I guess, I'm not putting words in their mouth. They want us to approve this, and I know it's not their property, but it is their neighborhood. And one thing to go along with what you're saying, Greg, was at a time in the past where we've done this, and well, I was thinking that too, but and as Attorney Mitchell said, there hasn't been. That's kind of the whole point, is that while there is precedent, there's also no precedent at the same time. So I don't think it's unrational to think about, we haven't done this before, and I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just, I don't think we should. I don't think the only option is turning to the past for an example.
This is Jonathan Zach. And my concern is that a little bit, if what Peter Karen was saying, which I somewhat understand, unless I'm misunderstanding something, that there is significant use of most of that land potentially by the current owner, then I have a difficult time. I understand that the abutters would like to have fewer homes and so forth, but if potentially this could be subdivided and this homeowner right now could sell off parcels in other ways, I guess, to build 3 or 4 homes on this land, then to me, this homeowner or this property owner right now does have significant use of the majority of the land, unless I'm missing something.
But I thought the whole point of this is that they do not have.
But they're saying they could. They're saying they could. I heard, I believe I heard counsel, in fact, and someone else said that they're doing this. Otherwise, if they could, they could have sold it off in parcels somehow, and built 3 or 4 homes within that 38 acres or so. If that's the case, then to me, there's currently substantial use for a significant amount of that land. So I have a hard time with that.
Yeah, and John, it's actually funny that you say that, because I do remember personally saying that at the end of the hearing last meeting, was where they're like, well, the whole point, we want to do this, we could put X houses there, we could subdivide it. And I said, well, if you're already telling us now that you're not going to, then don't. Like, I remember saying something along those lines where it's like, I don't know if that's necessarily an argument. It's like, if you've already said, no, the neighbors want 1 house, we want 1 house. So then why was the argument, well, we could put a road there? It's like, well, you've already said you don't want to. So why were they using that as an excuse?
And that was actually mentioned earlier this evening as well. So it wasn't just at a prior, well, if we consider earlier this evening a prior meeting, it was mentioned this evening.
I'm sorry. I mean, last month, I remember saying that towards the end of that hearing.
Exactly. And I agree with you. And it was brought up again this evening as, if but not for, they could do that. And if that's the case, then this is telling me that there is substantial use of the majority, maybe not all, but the vast majority of that property for some sort of development. And I'm not saying I'd love to see a bunch of houses in that area if that's not really aesthetically what it's made for, but that goes contra to me to what they're asking for.
May I be heard, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, who is it? Sorry.
Attorney Kaloran.
Oh, sure. Yep.
Thank you. I just want to clarify my earlier comments and just maybe one of the points that Mr. Gale just made. In terms of the property right now and how it is being utilized, again, it's a single family residence on 38 acres of land, the residence being situated up in the front portion of the property. So a vast majority of the land is not being used as it currently sits. And one of the things that I had talked about in terms of a potential development of this land was the impact of the ledge, the soil conditions, and the ability to develop the property, and saying that my point was that it is not practical to develop this land as a subdivision, to put a road in, to try to put multiple houses in because of the soil conditions and because of the cost to the developer if they tried to do that. So my point to the board wasn't that they could go and make maximum use of this land. My point to the board was that the soil conditions were prohibitive or prohibiting the owner of the land from making maximum use of his land. So I just wanted to clarify that point. I wasn't saying that, they can just go and do this, like it's a viable alternative. My position to the board is that it's not viable because of the cost restrictions, because of what they would have to do there.
I guess my question then to you, this is Mr. Gale, would be, based on what you're saying right in that statement, what percentage, and I don't know, how it stretches out visually, but what percentage of that 38 plus acres has that problem with soil and ledge? Is it 2 acres? Is it 22 acres? Is it simply the way it lays out? What?
And again, Mr. Delano, you can jump in, Mr. Delano, if I speak incorrectly, but So where the house is situated on the property, it's sort of in the backyard of the house, it runs across the property over to the Perry property. So in order, I'm not quite sure of the exact depth of it, but in order to put a roadway through there, there would have to be substantial excavation work. And then also when you're looking at potentially putting in house lots there, there's going to have to be substantial excavation work to site the foundations. I'm not going to speak as to the perks, and maybe Mr. Delano can. I'm not so sure that the soil conditions all throughout that backland are great for percolation as well. And if that's the case, that would also speak to the soil conditions in terms of being able to, utilize this property. Roy, I don't know if you can speak to the perks. Am I incorrect in saying that it was difficult to perk, or?
About a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, an engineer tried to perk some of the land further back, and he dug quite a few holes and eventually found 2 areas that would perk. Come to find out, it was within 70 feet of the wetlands. So, when the wetlands were flagged, Dayton requires 100 feet for, septic system from the wetlands. So, of course, we have the ledge there. We had to come forward to a point where the septic system would probably be about 250 feet from the house, because that's the area that will perk. So, once you get past the wetlands up on the hill, I can't speak to how that land would perk up there, but it would be a wetland crossing. So where the potential house would go, I think the area has been explored, the soils have been explored to an extent where we have proved that really on the right side of that access road in is about the only area we can find perks and not hit ledge, not be too close to the wetlands.
So I mean, with that being the case, I mean, we're talking about, not just ledge with regard to the soil conditions. We're also talking about wetlands, and we're also talking about percolability of soils. So, I mean, I think there are substantial impacts to that back portion of land in terms of how you can practically develop that and allow, again, these owners to maximize the use of their land. Right now, you have 38 acres with one single family house situated on it. In order for them, in my opinion, to really try to be able to utilize the remaining part of their land, the practical use of this back portion of the lot, asking for variance relief so as to allow for the construction of one more residence, I certainly don't think is excessive. It's not like we're trying to cram residences back there. But I do think that they're demonstrating a hardship that's that derives from the soil conditions on the property, in terms of their usability of this back portion.
Mr. Chairman, Greg Logan. I have a couple questions. Roy, I have a question for you. I don't have a map in front of me. I know that this house has insufficient frontage, and it was done pre-zoning. I believe most of the homes in that particular, right around there, are all within the 250 feet. Not many of them abutting that property have or do meet that requirement. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, there are 7 properties within a half mile that have existing houses, older homes that have frontages of less than 120 feet. House numbers, if you need them.
Oh, we got it up on the screen now. Yeah, because, go ahead.
Again, if you go north a quarter mile, south a quarter mile, about a half mile area, I'm through and I documented, I believe, 7 houses, 160 feet of frontage, 106, 107, 120, 120, 57, and 99. Those were existing homes. So, I just,
now,
as far as character,
to meet the criteria and characteristics of the neighborhood, it's pretty close to most of them. One of the questions I do have, though, is out of those 7 houses that you guys have just put up that you were talking about, hey, Roy, was any of those have come in front of this board or have a house behind another house?
The only case I can point out is that house number 2968 and 2978 that
Yeah.
never had
I
the
know those
required
two.
frontage. And the existing house was left with 148 and the new lot was 41.2. So that's one I can point out. I didn't explore whether they've gotten variances on any of those 7 other houses. I did not look into that.
I'm just, I'm trying to picture, I know there's a few, like these 2 that you have listed here that we have on our paperwork right now. I'm familiar with those 2 homes. I do know one was obviously due to a cemetery in the front yard. Again, he only has 40 feet of frontage going out to a large parcel of 35 acres like you as well, with a single family home on it. And that is case number that's on here. That would be Elm Street. That would be 3048 Elm Street, case 15, 1995. Then we have Mr. Souza, which is the one that I was questioning, which I believe would have had to go in front of the planning board for a subdivision plan for the amount of house lots that were on a driveway that we conformed. So I'm not sure if that even falls into what I'm looking at. I want you to know I'm not opposed to what you're trying to do. I'm just trying. I'm not comfortable, and I know you keep bringing up Main Street, making 2 non-conforming lots. What I think you have going for you with me is you have all the abutters for the development for the single home in the back. Tying up the land.
I gotta say, I agree. That's what's kind of getting me.
That helps me a lot. The hardship after listening to both you, Roy, and Tom going over the topography and the stone. I know that area pretty well, and there is a lot. That is one of the largest stones, if it's not the highest area in Dayton. It's one of them, and there is a lot of stone back there. So I do see the hardship that the way I want to say it, and I don't want to take it the wrong way. The hardship that you are creating for the back use of the land. That's where I'm having a hard time with it. But I understand where you're coming from with the stone, because it is a big piece, and obviously that design you did it really well, showing where you had a perk, where the turnaround was going to have to be, where the house was proposed within that section of the area. And again, you might dig down there and find ledge as well. So I do understand that. So after listening to a few things, I feel a little better about the hardship. I wish that I could say I'm not comfortable with the frontage. That's all. I'm not saying it's okay, but I'm just saying I'm not comfortable with the frontage, trying to make 2 non-conforming lots out of a non-conforming lot already.
So then I guess my question for you is, are you not comfortable enough to the point that you feel you're not going to be able to comfortably give an affirmative vote?
Is there, what was the conditions that Marguerite had written up if we were to go? What was some of the things that we were asking you, Marguerite, to write up on this case?
It's basically the retreat lot bylaw restrictions. I can pull it up now, but
I have that. I was just looking. So it's the same thing.
I mean, Attorney Mitchell, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's pretty much the same.
Just applying to this property, but we can't really I don't mean by law, but I mean it's not a retreat lot, so we're imposing a lot of those same conditions that would do.
So the condition is that the condition we're putting on the property is it can never be developed any further. It's only going to be a single home in the back and a single home in the front where it's existing now, correct?
So
I don't know. I don't think the exact wording, but okay, go ahead, John.
So here's the conditions. Do you want to just read them off the screen? There's a total of 10 of them.
Yeah, I got that right here. Okay. If somebody else wants to talk for a few minutes, let me look at this for a second.
No, Greg, I
feel the voting member on the board.
This is Jonathan. I'm a voting member.
Bill, would you appreciate Mr. Gale, would you appreciate me to read off the
If
condition?
you would, yes, because I'm trying to find them in the background here.
No
On
problem.
my screen and I'm having trouble.
No problem. Okay, so condition number 1, no more than one single family dwelling shall be located on lot 1, which is the large lot with 40 feet of frontage. Condition 2, lot 1 shall not be further subdivided, and it is a condition of this variance that there is a prohibition against further subdivision. A deed restriction preventing further subdivision enforceable by the town of Dayton shall also be recorded with the plan. No building permit shall issue without proof that the restriction has been recorded. Condition 3, the following notes shall be placed on the final plan. Quote, lot 1 shall not be further subdivided. End quote. And quote, no building permit shall be issued for lot on until a copy of the recorded deed restriction and special permit is delivered to the zoning board of appeals. I'm just reading this now, and I think that we would want to amend condition 3 to indicate variance, not special permit. Condition 4, at the time of filing of the Form A plan submitted to the planning board for endorsement after the grant of the variance, the applicant shall also provide a covenant in the form acceptable to the planning board and the zoning board of appeals prohibiting further subdivision of lot 1 in perpetuity. Condition 5, access from the frontage of lot 1 to the principal structure on the lot shall be within the boundary lines of said lot and shall not be via right of way or any public or private easement over an adjacent lot. Condition 6, frontage of lot 1 shall be situated entirely on a public way. Condition 7, lot 1 shall comply with the Dayton zoning bylaw and subdivision rules and regulations except as allowed by these variances. Condition 8, existing drainage patterns shall not be disrupted by the construction of the proposed driveway on lot 1. A grading plan showing existing and proposed conditions may be subject to appropriate conditions or safeguards and shall be filed with the building inspector prior to issuance of a building permit. Condition 9, underground utilities shall be provided for lot 1. And condition 10, the final condition, the house number for lot 1 shall be clearly visible from the street.
Thank you, Jonathan. And you were, Jonathan Gray, you were saying that I believe it was condition 3.
Yeah, Margaret, would that, there is some reference in these, I think, conditions like 3 through 4 that reference the planning board and special permit here. Would we need to clarify this at all for condition 3 and 4?
So condition 3 was changed to read zoning board of appeals instead of planning board. The language there. And condition 4 was also revised to add the zoning board of appeals as the entity that would approve the form of the covenant. So I think that because the planning board typically is the entity that looks at covenants, it's not something the zoning board typically reviews. It made sense to me to get the planning board's approval of the covenant form as well in this situation, because that way you were having a town board that was familiar with these documents, approving it in addition to the zoning board. But because this is a variance, that's why the zoning board was added as an approving entity with regards to these types of conditions.
Are we allowed to grant a variance that's dependent upon another board acting, though?
You do that all the time. You establish conditions where you ask that prior to issuance of the building permit, the Conservation Commission shall approve X, Y, and Z, or you ask the building inspector to confirm something is done before you release something. So
Okay.
yes, you do that continually. And the other thing I'll note is I have not been attending all of the hearings on this either. I think you just got lucky that we had another meeting on today. But it sounds like there may have been some other conditions that were discussed along the way. So I don't want the board to lose sight of those if there are other conditions that need to be inputted here if the board's voting to approve this. Again, it's up to the board to make that decision. I'm not speaking one way or the other on that.
This is Jonathan Gale. I just want to get a clarification based on these conditions. Will the lot owner potentially be able to build any other structures on that land based on these conditions? Or will they first require approval of the building department?
So if these conditions were to be adopted, then lot number 2 says lot 1, which is the large lot, and I
Right.
believe it consists of approximately 35 acres, is not to be further subdivided. And there's a prohibition against further subdivision. And there needs to be a deed restriction preventing further subdivision to be recorded with the plan. And you can't have a building permit until there's proof provided that such deed restriction has been recorded. So, though all of those types of conditions and actions should be sufficient to justify any future request about further development of lot 1 down the road.
So these should be sufficient, you're saying?
I can never, as an attorney, tell you that we can avoid a lawsuit. It more goes to whether or not a lawsuit could be successful. So we can't prohibit somebody from coming before the board and asking for further relief. But the board has grounds here to deny that relief. And if they wanted to challenge it, these types of grounds exist that should be supported. I feel pretty comfortable that any court of law would look at this and say, you're unable to do that based on prior conditions and deed restrictions that are in place for this lot.
So although, Marguerite, they cannot subdivide, if in X amount of time they wanted to build a second home on that 38-acre parcel, they would not be able to do that, a second family home.
Your zoning bylaw only allows one principal structure on a lot, and you prohibit use variances. So this would be a change in use of the land. And you don't allow for more than one principal structure on a lot. So that's
would that potentially also include, for example, a separate building, a separate garage? If it's detached building, separate building.
Structures are not prohibited under this. Those can be done if they meet the other requirements associated with accessory structures in your zoning bylaw.
Greg, how you feeling?
I'm feeling better. I got a couple, like I say, on some of the conditions that we had on this piece of property that Jonathan Gray had just read off. I have one question. No more than one single family dwelling shall be located on lot 1. Should we include lot 2 on that as well? Because it is still some acreage, or is it not gonna be able to anyways because it's part of the subdivision of the 2 properties?
The applicant wouldn't have an objection if you wanted to make that same condition on lot 2.
And we're also going to ask on a couple things is about the buffer zone between Perry and the driveway proposed to go out to the back. I think we had talked and it was going to be, I'm not sure how many, was it 10, 20 feet wide? I don't know what it was. I believe you guys talked to each other, correct? You, Roy, didn't you talk to Mr. Perry on this matter?
So, Roy, before you go, I'll just say that the Dayton Fire Department has a specific road driveway layout that they want.
I'm not talking about the layout. I'm talking about a buffer zone of trees between 2 pieces of property.
Okay.
Okay, so what do you got, Roy?
Yeah, Mr. Perry was happy with the 10-foot buffer.
10 foot.
Okay. That we're providing for him for
Is that a no cut or is that a plant?
It's a no cut.
Okay. And you guys are still meeting like Jonathan Gray was saying, still meeting the set side back, the road width for the fire department and the turnaround at the back. I already know that. But I wanted to make sure that I believe that was one of it. And also there is going to be no future development of building on this piece of property, which was another abutter's concern, which that's clearly in here. I feel better knowing about the, as we call it, the soil, the ledge, how you are restricted in regards to what you can and can't do with the piece of property behind you at this moment in time. So I'm leaning more towards this.
Okay, so and then Jonathan Gray, Jonathan Gale, is there anything? I mean, it's 10:19, so I mean we should probably be just looking to. I do not want to rush a vote, but I gotta get any last minute questions out there, guys. I mean we can't put this on too much longer unless we just need to move it to another meeting. So is there anything?
The answer, Zach, is I'm not in favor of it. My only concern, and I'm not saying that this would be a reason for denial in my head necessarily at all. My only concern is the precedent that we may be setting going down the road. I mean, I think they've answered all of the other questions. I think that they've done, from what I can understand from council and from Roy as well, they've really done an excellent job, not just presenting, but putting all of this together.
Right, and
better than many. It's just the precedent that I'm concerned about.
Can I say something to that? I don't think that you're setting a precedent, because each case that comes before you is unique. So you can't ever compare apples to apples. You're always comparing apples to oranges. So you're not setting a precedent by approving this. Because somebody can come down the road with exact acreage, but might have a different topography. So you're not setting a precedent by approving it.
I hear you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Who was that?
Sorry.
I don't know.
Bruce Zasmuda.
Yeah, Mr. Zasmuda.
Yeah, I have a quick question. On one of your deed restrictions, I believe you have in there the utilities have to be underground.
Yes.
Number 9. If I remember, wasn't it discussed with the ledge and everything that would be removed, since it'd be impractical to put utilities with all the ledge there underground?
Yeah, we did discuss that at a previous meeting. It may have been the first or second. It was probably the second meeting on this that the ledge was discussed as a barrier to the utilities.
So I'm just going to say, just guess, basically, if you leave it underground, that restriction in there, it's going to make development almost impossible, because you're going to have to drill through the ledge to get utilities back there. That's why it was brought up, I believe.
Yes.
I think we talked about perhaps after 250 feet to waive that requirement. It could be underground as far as we could get until we encounter ledge. That would probably be far enough off the road so no one would see it, and then we could go utility poles overhead after that point. So we did discuss that at either the end of the first meeting or the second, that with those conditions, we might be able to would like to waive the first 250 feet or so.
So, Marguerite, would we need to change condition number 9 then a little bit?
Hold on one moment. Hold on one moment.
So condition number 9 states underground utilities shall be provided for lot 1. So we could change that language to be, underground utilities shall be provided for lot 1 to the greatest extent feasible, or something like that, or within a specific number of feet.
Yeah, so I think that's what I would need to hear. Did you say that you need it for the first 250 feet, or you don't need it for the first 250? You can't do it for the first 250 feet.
After 250, we'd have to have that waived.
So, okay.
We could go underground for the first 250.
Okay, so I'll just make a note that we'll add for the first 250 feet to the end of condition 9. So it'll read as underground utilities shall be provided for lot 1 for the first 250 feet of the parcel.
Thank you.
All right. So is there any last minute questions, discussions?
I just want
at this
to, want
point.
to make sure the 10-foot no cut is in the conditions as well.
So the 10-foot no cut is indicated on the actual plan itself.
Okay.
So if we would have to add that as a condition since it's already on the plan.
I don't think we would if it's on the drawing, but I want to make sure
No.
that maintains. I just don't want to see something, Jonathan, down the road. Whoever moves up there and they just decide they're going to cut that out. It has to be that it's recorded at least that way. As long as it's on the drawing, I think we should be fine. That's all.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
So we could do a proposed condition number 11, which would be that the no cut buffer zones on the property as shown on the plan shall not be trimmed or cleared.
Cleared, yes.
Just to prevent for any future, potentially future owners.
Yeah, it's just to keep like the turning up the driveway with the headlights and going into the other guy's house and.
No, I think that's
like that.
understandable.
And there was something else too on the drawing. Mr. Perry and I believe Roy, you had got together with him over a rock. There was some like rock that needed to be moved.
Yeah, there was up on top of the ledge, there was a section of stone wall that it turns out was on Mr. Perry's property.
Okay, so this is anyway.
We met together and I showed him the property line and he was very satisfied that those stones were on his property and he could take them off the ledge and.
Okay. And there was a concern on your layout too. I want to make sure that's cleared up. On top of that ledge, it was on an angle at one time, and I think we went more. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at a drawing. That's more straightened out now. All right, where it would be where the proposed house footprint is, and you got the N832143W 13.07, and that corner there, that was more of an angle before, I believe, and that got straightened out, or is that still not been straightened out?
Oh, that was an existing line that was on Mr. Perry's deed and the Zazmuda deed. So, and that's been there for a couple hundred years, probably.
Right. So that's hashed out between you two.
Yeah, there were no issues with Mr. Perry up there. No, it was further down, more like the 46.58 dimension. You can see that one.
Okay. Yeah, I see that one down there in the corner there.
That was the area of his concern.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for now.
All right. So, that being said, are we prepared to call us to a vote? How do you guys feel?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the 2-lot. Let's see, what house number is that?
You can just read the case number, Greg, unless it's
yeah, I got case number 2968, case number 09. Nope, that's not it. That's another one I have written down. I don't have it.
2792.
All right, 2792 Elm. I make a motion to approve the frontage.
Is there a second?
With all the conditions, numbers 1 through 11.
Would you want me to just go over? So we've got all of the conditions. I believe condition 3, Marguerite, were we changing condition 3 at all from special permit to variance, or are we leaving it the same?
I think it has to say variance because this isn't a special permit.
Right.
Okay. So I'll just put it up here so we have all.
You got to make a motion to close
know
the
what we're
public
talking
input
about here.
Oh, thank you, Dad. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So first we have to have, is there a motion that, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing on this case?
This is Jonathan Gale. I will make a motion that we close public hearing on this case.
Is there a second?
Greg Logan, I second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye, Jonathan Gale.
Aye,
Okay.
Greg Logan.
So that being said, the public input is now closed, which means no questions are to be asked to the applicant or by the applicant or any members of the public. If all the conditions straightened out that you were looking to have clarified, Jonathan Gray.
So if we're looking at condition 3 here, so this would read so the following note shall be placed in the final plan. Lot 1 shall not be further subdivided, and no building permit shall be issued for lot on until a copy of the recorded deed restriction and variance is delivered to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Yes, that would make sense. I must not have caught that there.
Yeah, so I think that was the only.
And then number 9 was the 250 feet. I don't know if you have that in there yet. I can't.
Yes, so number 9 was changing to underground utilities shall be provided for lot 1 for the first 250 feet of the parcel. And then we were adding a condition 11, which was that the no-touch buffer zones shown on the plan shall not be cleared.
I thought there was something being done to number 1 to add lot 2 to it.
Yes. Though it says no more than one single-family dwelling shall be located on 1 and 2.
Yep.
Okay.
So actually, does that mean you want to also make that change?
To everything that says lot 1, I think, except for obviously the underground and.
Oh, no, this is for a single family dwelling. Sorry, not about further subdivision. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's fine on number 1. I think that's the only place it appears.
So condition number 1 will read no more than one single family dwelling shall be located on lot 1 and lot 2, or just lot 2?
Lot 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yep.
Now, Marguerite, a quick question for you. When you say single family dwelling, does that mean I can put a 2-family dwelling on there?
No.
No.
But I hear what he's saying. Do we need to say no single family or other dwelling?
It says no more than one single family dwelling shall be located on lot 1.
So a 2-family will be more than a single family.
You got it.
We could revise condition 1 to be no more than one dwelling unit shall be located on lot 1 and 2.
Opening it up to multiple dwellings.
Yeah.
I think, and I also think that the point here was to try to be consistent with what the retreat lot concept looked like. So
right,
that's the wording of that bylaw.
So I'm sorry, I'm just seeking clarification on this. So the wording on 1 would be what?
Leave it as is, just add and lot 2 to the end of it.
Okay. And so that we've got the condition 1 revision, we've got the condition 3 revision from special permit to variance. We've got the condition 9 revision for the first 250 feet, and we've added an additional 11th condition, which is the related to the buffer zones not being able to be cleared. So that is all 11 conditions that we have here that are, Mr. Logan, I believe those are a part of your motion as well, correct?
Yes, to adopt the 11 conditions that we just went over. And I have one question too for Marguerite. So when we vote this into, the reason why I'm not opposed to it as I was earlier, is due to the soil of the topography and soil of the property.
Sorry, Greg, did you have a question for me?
No, I'm sorry, I
Oh,
was
you say-
reading, yeah, I was reading something on a piece here, but when we go into to approve, I wanna do, I believe, am I right on this, Peter? We say the reason why we're approving for the frontage relief.
Right.
Yes, we just have
You
to
gotta
wait till we
give
have the vote,
Marguerite-
though.
Okay.
Me too. We haven't even had a formal
Right.
a formal vote. We can give reasons once the vote is made.
Okay.
All right.
So, Greg, I think you started it. Jonathan
Greg
Gray,
Logan on the
Gail.
floor to approve the.
Yep.
So motion to approve the frontage variances, including the revised 11 conditions as amended.
And this is Jonathan Gale. I will second that motion.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Jonathan Gale, aye.
Greg Logan, aye.
Zachary Karen, aye. All righty. So it's official. It passes. The applicants and the owners, you guys are all set. We're just going to say our reasons why we're voting affirmative. But if you don't feel the need to stay around, you guys are all set. Sorry for the going on, but unfortunately, we do have to do our due diligence, and when any vote we take is not done, lightly. So we have to make sure that we are covering all of our bases. So.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board for this, for the hearing and the time that you put into it. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
your
guys.
hard work, guys.
Much.
All right, Greg, if you want to lead off, you may, sir, with the reasons.
This is Greg Logan. Reason for my approval for the frontage variance is due to the topography of the property and the soil conditions of the property.
All right, I will give mine for to ditto what you said, but I just want to also say that we try to keep the characteristics of the neighborhood the best that we can, and we like to help out I don't say help out, do what we can for the residents, and I feel like this is the best way to do it. And I feel as though the conditions that we put onto this will prohibit anything from turning into a lot that the town would not be proud of. That's basically all that I had to say for me, aside from what Greg said about the topography.
And this is Jonathan Gale. My reasons would be the soil and again, the ledge, which defines where they can build and how they can build. And as well, the applicant's acceptance of the 11 conditions, which limit what they can do in the future. And I feel that those 11 conditions significantly benefit the environment of the town as a whole and the neighborhood.
Alrighty, excellent. So that being said, I just need a motion to open, or not, I shouldn't say open to resume discussions of the second case for this evening.
This is Jonathan Gale. I'll make a motion that we reopen the discussion of the other matter for Dighton Woods so that we can determine whether or not counsel for Dighton Woods has submitted the documentation necessary to Marguerite and Jonathan Gray and Zach Karen.
Ryan Eckerson, I second the motion.
I'm just going to check my email. John, did you check yours yet?
Yeah, I've got it. I just have to, I'm just taking minutes as well. So I've got things I'm writing down here.
Jonathan, come on, you're not multitasking like the rest of us tonight.
You could watch us on YouTube later and do your minutes then.
Right. Yeah.
You got to be able to get emails, print, everything all at the same time.
Right. No need for cable. Yeah.
No need.
Just kidding. Cable Commission is the best. All right, I'm just ready to go. So that motion to reopen was made by Jonathan Gale.
Yes, it was.
Seconded by Ryan Eckerson.
Yes.
By the way, Jonathan Gray, I'm just saying personally, I think you're doing an amazing job with all this,
Yes.
really.
All right. I will open my email and pull up that document in just a second.
I'm just gonna
Just to be fair to the board, Attorney Corey sent some revisions to us. I looked at it, sent him back some minor revisions, which he believes is appropriate. So perhaps you could pull up the one that I sent. That way it shows all of the revisions from what the board originally had. And then he has a clean version that we can use in the future.
Okay.
pardon the echo, guys. I have to put myself on speaker for a brief moment. I just gotta plug my phone in. Okay.
All right. I think we are good on this. It's got comments from both Mike and Marguerite on here.
So perhaps it might just help because I know Jonathan Gale isn't going to be able to see this right now. Maybe if we could read.
If you could at least read the revisions, that would be great.
Yeah, the changes were made in parts A and B primarily, and then up above that, it was revised to reflect that the total retention amount will be $25,000, which will be split up between a $20,000 amount and a $5,000 amount. So I think if perhaps Jonathan Gray could read the revised wording of A and B, and maybe even start with a couple lines prior to that, Jonathan. So
Sure.
that,
Okay. The board shall retain the following, the completion of all road work and other on and off-site work at the development and the acknowledgement of such completion by the board designee, the sum of $25,000, which shall be retained in and under the tri-party agreement for the following purposes. A, $20,000 for the purpose of covering the cost of any potential roadway repairs, but not regular maintenance, serving the development that may occur between the time of completion of the work and the earlier of one, the time of the town's acceptance of the roadway serving the development by the town as a public way, and two, the 1-year anniversary of the certification of substantial completion of the development as submitted by the developer and written confirmation of the same by the board or its peer review engineer, following the earlier of which the board's interest in the $20,000 retained shall be released, and B, $5,000 pending the completion of the documentation required by the town, the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, and other authorities with respect to the development as confirmed in writing by counsel to the town. Upon confirmation of the town's council, the board's interest in such $5,000 retained shall be released.
All right. So, is there anything else, guys, for this?
I just want to, since I had to listen to it and couldn't see it, I'm going to ask Jonathan Gray one question. Jonathan, when you were reading that, there was the first time where it said "and." I don't remember exactly the phrase leading up to it, but it said "shall be."
I'm sorry, Jonathan, say that again.
It was after you started reading A, there was where you talked about the $20,000, the conditions, you said, and. I just wanted to hear that phrase again.
Sure. So the
right.
$20,000, for the purpose of covering the cost of the potential roadway repairs, but not regular maintenance, serving the development that may occur between the time of completion of the work and the earlier of the two, which is 1, the time of the town's acceptance of the roadway serving the development by the town as a public way, and 2, the 1-year anniversary of the certification of substantial completion of the development as submitted by the developer and written confirmation of the same by the board or its peer review engineer. So the and is
There's two,
including both.
I was going to say there's 2 ands there, and I'm just wondering if either of those, not to get into semantics, Marguerite, should be an or should they both be and?
So I think Mr. Gale is referring to this and should be an or. Is that?
I don't know legally that it's going to make a difference because of the phrase the earlier of up above. But if you want to change it that way, I can understand that.
Do you think potentially there's more protection one way or the other?
The point is that it's the earlier of the two. So they'll either, if the town accepts the roadway in the spring, that's when this will happen. If it doesn't, then it will happen after the 1-year anniversary, unless somehow the town accepts it earlier than that. But the likelihood is that it wouldn't be earlier than that. It would probably then resort to the 1-year anniversary.
So
I
yeah,
wouldn't die on this hill, but Strunk and White says when you talk about the earlier or the later, it should always be X and Y, not X or Y. For what that's worth, what my law degree got me.
I haven't heard that book. I haven't heard that book in forever.
Hey.
Thank you for the linguistics. Appreciate it.
Sure.
I'm good.
Okay, so I will. Do I hear a vote for this case then?
So just to be clear, the first motion needs to be a motion that the requested modification is an insubstantial change or a substantial change, which has to be one of those two. But in this case, the developer is looking for it to be an insubstantial change. If it's deemed to be a substantial change, we would then have to set this out for a public hearing.
Right.
And just to clarify here, the voting members are Jonathan Gale, Ryan Eckerson, and Zachary Karen. So those are the 3 members who should be making motions on this.
Yep. So I'll step down from chair and make a motion that this is not a substantial change. Do I have a second?
This is Ryan Eckerson. I second the motion.
Any discussion? All's in favor? Aye.
Jonathan
Zachary
Gale.
Karen.
Jonathan Gale, aye.
Ryan Eckerson, aye.
Okay.
So now because the board has its own rules and regulations, so in that case, the board, I also will want to make a motion to approve the amendments to condition 21 as revised through this evening, and with the following conditions that I am suggesting would still need to be. One would be no further release of sums shall be made until previously approved amendments 12 to 15 shall be fully executed and recorded, and a recorded copy of the same shall be provided to the board. And 2 is no further release of sums shall be made until the proposed amendment 16 shall be approved, executed, and recorded by the board, with a recorded copy of the same being provided to the board. So with those 2 conditions, I believe that will cover the paperwork needed to address the modifications to the tri-party agreement I think that it's reasonable to assume this could get done before any release of further sums is being requested based on interaction back and forth that I've had with Attorney Corey over the needing for housekeeping on amendments 12 through 15, and then knowing what the revisions to amendment 16 are. They won't be major, and we probably should be able to get that done pretty quickly too. But that will come back before this board at some point in time for that approval. And then at that time, I wouldn't be surprised if you're also facing a request for a 17th amendment to release further funds. I assume he's going to do it all in one.
Yep. Okay, so is there a vote?
So Marguerite, that's a lot to put into a motion. And I can't see it up there, so I'm wondering, since I can't see it and don't have that access, if I make the motion itself to accept the conditions, are you legally allowed to read them into the record for us?
I did submit them to the board today in an email in writing. They would have been numbers 2 and 3 of my email, Jonathan.
Okay.
Sent to the board, so it should be a part of the record right now. Jonathan, I'm talking to 2 different Jonathans. Jonathan Gray, I submitted it, and Jonathan Gale, it should be a part of the record.
Okay.
So Jonathan Gray, Gail, are you making a vote then? I'm not leading. I'm asking.
If Brian is willing to do it, it'd be easier.
Sure. It's Ryan Eckerson. I make a motion to approve the changes to condition 21 and the additional changes, the additional conditions that Attorney Mitchell made. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Jonathan Gale, aye.
Zachary Karen.
Aye, Ryan Eckerson.
All right.
Thanks for doing that,
Beautiful.
All right, I missed it. Who
All right.
seconded it? Zachary Karen or Jonathan Gale seconded that?
Zachary Karen.
I got it. Yeah. All right. Well, that ends the business for this evening. I can't believe that this has been longer than any Strawberry Fields meeting we've had so far. Is there anything else on the agenda for this evening that I missed, Jonathan Gray?
Do we have to do something with the minutes? I mean, with the next meetings, Jonathan?
Yeah, so nothing related to the 2 cases before us tonight, but when I believe it was probably pretty early on in my tenure here, I want to say February, we approved a meeting schedule, or we sort of decided to go with a meeting schedule that had our November and December meetings on the 3rd Wednesday of the month instead of the 4th, because Thanksgiving and other holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas were the fourth week of the month for both November and December. However, now since COVID, the planning board is meeting on 3rd Wednesdays of the month, so we can't have I don't have a calendar in front of me right now, but the 3rd Wednesday of the month in November and December. So we'll have to find some alternate time in November and December to meet. So I just wanted to entertain a discussion on that.
So you're stating that the 18th, which is the third Wednesday of November, we cannot meet. Is that what you're saying, Jonathan?
Yes.
Anybody opposed to meeting that same week, but off of a Wednesday?
I'm not at all. It doesn't matter to me.
Because the next Wednesday is the day before Thanksgiving, and that's kind of like real tight.
Oh yeah, no, I would never ask any board member or a member of the public to meet on the night before Thanksgiving ever.
I have that entire week open, so I'm open for suggestions.
Jonathan Gray, do we have Tuesday or Thursday open? And if cable is still with us, can they answer as well?
I am still here.
Do
Oh,
we
God
have-
bless you.
Wow.
Thank you, Laura, for staying on
So
it.
do we have potentially the third Thursday of each month available for everyone? I don't know if we need Marguerite or not.
So,
I don't know.
Jonathan, I'm looking at the calendar right now, and we've got a Conservation Commission meeting on the 19th, which is the third Thursday. So would the
How about the third Tuesday of each month?
yeah, so the 17th looks open on the town calendar. That's the third.
And
I'm sorry, third Tuesday.
and
what
that is
about
the
December? How about in December, Jonathan?
The third Tuesday on December looks open as well, which is the 15th.
so the Thursday that was mentioned, that's sorry, the Tuesday. That's the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, correct?
No, it's not.
No,
It's
it's
a
the
week.
week
It's a
Okay.
week before Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Because I was gonna say for me, that's obviously for what I do for a job. That's the busiest week of the year. So if we had a meeting the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, I cannot promise that I will be able to be out on time. So I just would have to say that I would just go forward with if that was the case, but it's not. So we're all set.
So is that looking good? The 17th of November and the 15th of December?
Yeah.
With everyone else and everybody else?
I'm not here on the 15th of December. I think I gave Jonathan my vacation schedule, right?
Yes. Yes, I see Michelle is going to be out of town December 13th to the 21st.
The nerve, Michelle.
Well, that's, I know, I'm sorry.
What about the 8th? Could we do the 8th?
Well, the main thing is do we have anything on the schedule potentially, Jonathan Gregg, for December in which Michelle right now is a voting member? That's really the question.
Or the 29th?
Well, the only thing that Michelle would be a voting member on that's outstanding right now is Strawberry Fields, and I'm not really sure whether these dates that we are choosing right now would be used for Strawberry Fields or
right.
not.
This
And
is
I
more
would-
for our regular meeting.
Right. And I would also just ask, I mean, would Attorney Mitchell, would Tuesday, November 17th and Tuesday, December 15th work for you if needed, or is that off the table?
No, both of those currently work because that's not Thanksgiving week, you said, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, so both of those currently do work for me. I'm anticipating that all of the bargaining I've been involved in is going to be done this week, but if it's not, I will let you know.
Yep. All right. So obviously there's no vote at all needed or motions or anything. But so just Jonathan Gray, just for the record and for the public, can you just read off the exact dates of those and days one more time, just to clarify?
Sure. So the Zoning Board of Appeals will not be meeting at our regularly scheduled time on November and December. We will be meeting instead, if necessary, on November 17th and December 15th, most likely at 7 p.m.
John, this is Laura over in Cable. I just wanted to jump in real quick. I have noted that the planning board is meeting the second and fourth Wednesday, that they weren't meeting on the 19th. And I looked at the meetings calendar online and it's different than the one that they sent me in an email. So I don't know if I should confirm with them first, because they might not overlap with you guys.
It doesn't. Yeah, I guess. I mean, we don't have to necessarily decide this evening, right? We didn't continue any cases, so should something come up, we can change it without having to worry about keeping, usually we have to keep in mind, oh, guys, we already continued it to this date, we got to keep it, but we have nothing continued as of right now. So if we have to change it, I don't think there's an issue, right?
Well, Mr. Chairman, we might also have something for Strawberry Fields. We could probably infill with those 2 days. That would be fine, correct?
Oh yeah.
So I'm looking at the planning board calendar in the planning board office right now, and it looks like November 18th, they are having a meeting, and December 16th, they have a meeting as well. At least
Okay.
according to their calendar here.
Sorry for the confusion. I'll have to update mine and double check with her on that
Yeah,
email.
no, we'll just have to confirm with Carrie tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't believe we need a motion or anything on that, but November,
we do not.
December 15th. So just save the date.
All right.
So for clarification, we could meet in November for all of us, even though I'm not a voting member, for the rest of you for Strawberry Fields. But if this date holds in December, Michelle, you will not be there, so there could not be a Strawberry Fields date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
All righty. Anything else, guys?
Sorry it took so long tonight, but I.
No, it's all right.
wanted to get that
Cable,
cleared up.
I owe you guys all a coffee.
You have incredible stamina. Thank you very much.
I'll be honest with you, Marguerite and Peter and I have done some stuff, and it's been almost 12:30 in the morning when you walk out of your office.
This might be my tenure. This might be my personal latest. I never thought it would be in a non-40B meeting, but you know.
Yeah.
I have some forewarning. It's going to be this late. I expected an early night. So
So did I.
I think we all did.
And everybody did a great job. I think even
Yes,
our
thank you,
presenters,
everybody.
even the
Thank you,
presenters did a
guys.
great job. So
They did.
This
Everyone
is-
was very thorough today.
Thank
This
you
is
all very
Jonathan
much.
Gale.
I really
I'm gonna-
appreciate your help on this.
And I have to also extend a thank you to the Dayton Cable Commission Channel 9, who was helpful, extremely helpful, getting this meeting live on YouTube and downloading currently to the cloud. So thank you.
That's right. We had some new gigs to try out with that. So
Yeah, I
So
got
this
No worries.
disconnected once. I had to reboot and come back on.
I do want to give a heads up. It does look like it's still live on YouTube, John.
Yep.
So that part might just need to be ended.
So this is Jonathan Gale. Then I will make a motion that we adjourn for this evening.
Michelle Lima,
All right.
second.
any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Aye.
Good night, guys.
Night,
Thank
everybody.
Good
you.
night. Thank
Night.
you.
Sweet dreams,
Hey, guys.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Good night, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Good night. Thank you, Cable.